The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Wellbeing.
Join the coffee army. Today we march, 1 cup, 1 donation, 1 step at a time. Tomorrow we stand stronger, ready to face whatever challenges come next, knowing we have the fuel and the support to keep going. The army grows with every generous contribution. Who will you be? A private? A captain? A general? Your support powers the troops, lifts the creators on the front lines, and turns solitary work into a shared mission. Enlist today. Fuel the march. Help us build something lasting. The coffee army marches on, and we'd be honored to have you with us.
White labeling is the deliberate anti-white manipulation of crime stats to stigmatize white men as inherently evil by booking all sex offenders as white. Learn how to fight back. Visit nowhiteguilt.org.
trying to tear us apart. They throw their stones, but I've got a brave heart. I'm proud of my roots, I won't be ashamed. With fire in my soul, I'll never be tamed. They want a silence, but I'll raise my voice. With every ounce of strength, I'll make my choice. No more shadow, I'll step into the light. With pride in my blood, I'll stand and fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. They try to erase us, rewrite the past, but the strength of our heritage is built to last. I'll shout it from the rooftops, let the truth be known. With every step I take, I'm never alone. They can't take my spirit, they can't take my pride. With my brothers beside me, I'll never hide. Together we'll rise, we'll break through the night. With courage in our hearts, we'll win this fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. Here I stand, unyielding and proud. In the face of their hate, I'll shout it loud. No more guilt, no more chains to bind. With pride in my heritage, I'll never unwind. We'll carry the torch, we'll light up the night. In this battle for truth, we'll stand and fight. With strength in our hearts and pride in our soul, we'll rise together, we'll take control. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. No white guilt, I'm proud of my name. In this world of darkness, I'll never feel shame.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. My God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Oh, yeah, we absolutely will. My brothers and sisters, it is Sunday, and that means it is Church of the West. And I, your hierarch, am with you on this glorious day. Featured stories, lessons learned, enter clicks for the win. Guilty. And Shiloh Hendrix is a fat black guy? Oh, my God. What is the world coming to? Lesson of the day is an anti-white precept, and another little lesson we'll toss in there for the likelihood that such arguments will be made in the very near future. You don't want to miss that. Your comments and questions. And then there is this. A New York woman asked her doctor how to bring sex back into her marriage. He said, slip a Viagra into his coffee. He'll never notice. She did. And then she called the doctor. Doctor, it was awful. He said, what happened? She said, I put it in his coffee. And we went at it like newlyweds on the table. He said, that doesn't sound awful. She said, the sex was great, but we're banned from Starbucks. I'm hoping you heard everything just then, because I got no signal that I was being heard or not being heard. So I'm hoping you did. Yes, banned from Starbucks of all places. Welcome. It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow. It's too late. We are underway. And you can, as I break into my Italian, you can find a snail mail address for yours truly at knowiguilt.org. You head on over there, you click on the contacts, and you'll find a snail mail address, and you can reach out to me there. Or you'll also see over there some cryptocurrency wallets. If anybody uses that stuff anymore, used to be far more popular. But you'll see that as an option as well. You'll also able to financially gift while we are together today. You can do so on the app that permits cash. You can do so on Subscribestar, and you can do so on Premium Rumble. Please, on Premium Rumble, if you financially gift over there, make the amounts smaller amounts. And if you would like to financially gift any more, then please do that elsewhere on one of the other options, including Buy Me a Coffee, and I'm on there as well. You can head on over to the YouTube description, rappel down into the description, and you will find all of these options that I just mentioned. You can tag me on all of those options as well, and I hope to hear from you and sharing your thoughts, sharing your views so I can speak to them, your questions. I want to know. This is Church of the West. So we're getting together here to recapture and to recapture our destiny. And I want to know when you have questions. You don't know what's going on, because I need you to be totally epically powerful in service to White Wellbeing. So make sure you get your comments to me on those platforms as well as YouTube, and switch it on over to live chat on YouTube so that I can see and you can see, we all can see what's being said over there on YouTube. Switch it on over to live chat, not top chat. or some of it will be censored from your vision, because that's how they are over there. We also have up and running Entropy for commenting, and I will have an eye there, as well as X. And we've seen White Dragon and Ancestral Wolf come through over there. Thank you both so very much on X. And you can tag me there. You can tag me as well on Odyssey, which is indeed up and running as well. Make sure you give me the @ symbol, no white guilt, no spaces, nothing touching it, and we'll be able to see it and get right together. We also are the representatives of the Foundation for White Wellbeing.org, which is the premier institution in service to white well-being. It is the white man's ADL. It is the white man's NAACP. There's nothing like it. It's the only thing having success, and we hope that you will decide to become a part of that process. Talk about success. We're going to start right off with one. There is a black guy by the name of Blanche on Instagram. And he objects to anti-whiteism, and he's speaking out here right now and sharing his thoughts. Let's hear what he has to say, and if it is congruent with the arguments that we make in service to white well-being.
Everybody knows that they cannot defeat white people through a fight. So what they've used against white people is morality. Think about the irony of this. Think about how history has painted white people, and then think about the weapon that's used against white people. It's their moral compass. It's their conscience. Think about that. Like, think about them knowing. Now, you would think if white people were the way they say they were, there's no way you will be able to convince them with a moral argument. But if you notice, all of these white nations have fallen due to virtue, due to trying to do the right thing, due to trying to appease people.
Isn't this amazing? Big Promethean salutes. Let's get some round of raucous emojis for he is Blanchard. Blanchard. He is Blanchard on Instagram. Give the man some salutes. Big Promethean salutes. Thank you so much, man. And he's made several clips where he presents the arguments that we employ here in service to white well-being. He's talking about the white race being manipulated by our moral compass. And you look out at the white race, this black guy gets it. You look out at the white race and you see, and we're going to be talking about so many of these low IQ'd, sub-white goblins, and they don't understand how the white race has been defeated. They don't understand how to combat. They don't understand where the battlefield is. They don't want to participate in the actual fight. They're selfish individualists. And here comes this black guy that so many of these sub-white goblins would say is inferior, lower IQ'd, and all of this kind of garbage. And he is perfectly articulating how the white race has been defeated. He is perfectly articulating how the white race is manipulated. It's not about a fight, a physical kinetic fight. It's not about military. It's not about guns. It's not about all of these sorts of things, because the white race could not be defeated that way. We have been defeated. We've been defeated by ourselves, our selfish individualism, our anti-whiteism. And so many of the anti-white white people out there have invited anti-whites from other races and have employed and used the anti-whites in other races of people for their personal enrichment, for their personal empowerment, and on what grounds are white people defeated? It's not by a gun held to the back of our heads, because we couldn't be defeated that way. No, it's by our moral compass. So if you say you've come across a people, think about this for a moment. You come across a people who are guided by their moral compass. How can you control them? You define their moral compass. I mean, it's genius, it's devious, and it takes genius white men to figure it out, how we're being manipulated, and to rebut it, and to formulate tools with which that we can overcome it. But it's also going to take the submission of all of these goblins, all of these ghouls of sub-whites out there who want to imagine, who want to fancy that they have the ideas that they're going to be the next little Hitler, and they're going to raise up there, and it's got to be as low IQ and understandable to them. So it appeals to their vanity. But here you have Blanchard perfectly articulating how the white race has been defeated and manipulated, something that none of these guys could ever articulate because they're actually too low IQ. They're actually too dumb. That's why they go around talking about IQ all the time. They go around talking about IQ all the time because of how limp they are, because of how dumb they are. And they want to front on everyone else to conceal their insecurity. I say big salutes to Blanchard. He is Blanchard here. Well said. Well said. And I will stand shoulder to shoulder with this guy and anyone else who wants to combat anti-whiteism. Anyone else who objects, who finds it immoral, reprehensible. Anyone else who can see that the destruction of all things that we all need, care about, and love in Western civilization is based on and achieved by retributive justice against the white race. And so if irrespective of your race, if you can see that, you can see you're going to lose everything unless you too can help to put a stop to that attack. So here we are. We welcome you in service to white well-being. Let's take down anti-whiteism for the good of all of us. Promethean salutes to He is Blanchard. Now let's jump to the other end of the spectrum, to a black guy that's a lying piece of shit. Anti-white, lying piece of shit. And I read through this protracted. Let me tell you, it's a protracted article. We're going to be getting into our quick news and laughs here in just a moment. But this is a protracted article, so I'm not gonna make you all suffer through this. We got the question from Sunshine that I like coffee and what flavor? I don't know what flavor. Light, medium, and dark. Regular coffee. Very rarely cream, never sugar, and no artificial flavoring of anything. I like the flavor of coffee. Winger Productions is with us. Rapunzel is here. Craig is here. Zalzo is here. Brandanger is here. Miles Bitter of the West is here. Jay Bishop is in the house. Tree Godfather is with us. Those Franklinator. Samuski is here. Let everybody know that we're together. And we are rocking out. Joe is with us. Oh, Joe says looking good in the blue. Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Joe has a very expert aesthetic. Selena's with us. Lark is here. Hello and welcome. Welcome. Is that Eva is with us? Norse is here. I got war in the information age is fought with words, and the battlefield is in our minds. Yes, it absolutely is. I mean, and even when you go back to far more primitive times in history, the human animal is activated, motivated, galvanized by ideas. So ideas are composed of concepts. Concepts compose the narrative that the human animal lives in, because the human animal cannot comprehend the totality of reality. So everything is reduced to these simplistic narrative in which we exist. Those concepts then put us in that story. That story gives us the means by which, or the motives or the inhibitions to either stymie us or galvanize and accelerate and etc. So all of it comes down to the ideas we use in our minds. And if you are using ideas that undermine you, which is the psychological warfare of anti-whiteism, the space age of psychological warfare, and you have a guy telling you and explaining it to you twice a week, and then on all of these spaces as well, you have a guy explaining it, and now you have all of these other brilliant white people that have come to this endeavor, and they've imbibed the information. They're able to explain it to you. If you're hearing this and you still don't want to submit to it, well, then there's no use for you. We're going to march you off into the ocean. Rest assured. You have loved to fantasize about how well you would be treated in an all-white society. Let me tell you, in a white positive society, you're not going to be treated well. So forget about all white. If you were in an all white society, you would be the absolute dregs, and you would be incarcerated. You would be incarcerated for being problematic to the rest of society. So stop fancying yourselves as something more than that. What else do we have here? Irish peasant Jason. People are noticing suspects and inmates listed as white, but not. Wonder who gave them the idea. Exactly. This community pushing it year after year after year, white labeling, pushing year after year, focusing on us the entire time, which so all these other communities, they never did. Cool Papa J Magic is with us. Great to see you, brother. TJ, hello and welcome. Thank you all for tagging me properly. I see the Wignats and Antnats on Twitter consistently falling for the bait. Of course, yes, that's Sunshine and Coffee. Yes, they do every single time. Says, Wing and Production says the Odyssey isn't running. Well, I will have to address that. I guess today, maybe not, but I will have to address it. Thank you for letting me know. All right. So what happened here is so typical of the anti-white narrative. So typical of the consequences inside the anti-white narrative. You've all experienced, I've experienced over the course of your life, white people saying, it doesn't mean anything, and it's not going to work out, like they don't what they say, and it can't be truths. And well, guess what? It is true. It is true in their anti-white narrative, and they very rarely get caught. And this guy, responsible for deep tier plagiarism, is caught. But Oxford and these institutes, they're saying that employ him. They're like, no, absolutely, we're not going to entertain the reality of him being a plagiarist. So what do we have here? We have this non-white. This is in the UK. Specifically, he's black. He's anti-white as all hell. Let's see. Where is his name? I know his first name is Jason. Easy one for me to remember. But what's his surname? Arday. So he was a immigrant to our once great United Kingdom. He came into the country, and they said, well, he couldn't speak, he couldn't write, he couldn't communicate, he was nonverbal, all of this on and on and on and on, because he's on the spectrum of autism, and all of this is setting up the narrative of his life, which comports with the anti-white narrative. Makes perfect sense that non-white people are all super geniuses, super achievers, infinitely better than the white race. This is part of the anti-white narrative. It's part and parcel of the anti-white narrative. We've all grown up with it. And so when a charlatan like Arday shows up and makes these claims, they comport with the anti-white narrative. That means they land on sympathetic and believing ears and lolling tongues. It's so smart. They believe it. It doesn't matter how fanciful, how ridiculous, how fantastic. It doesn't matter. If it comports with the anti-white narrative that people have been reared on, then it's real, it's believable, it's passable. And so you have these continuing, we have this continuing snowball effect within the anti-white narrative. This guy's story, as a real story, is entered into the anti-white narrative, and as a consequence serves as more evidence of the claims of the anti-white narrative. Whites are inferior, whites are thieves, whites, etc., that we suppress, oppress, exploit, etc., non-white peoples. And when they are given free reign, when they're able to live out their abilities, their latent talents, they're infinitely better than us. So they set up this story that this guy, as a child, all the way up through like 9 years old or something, nonverbal, can't communicate, and on and on. They set up this, he's so handicapped, but he ends up being some super genius. And he writes a doctoral thesis after doctoral thesis, and all of the white people that review it, they come to the conclusion that he's this epic genius. Nothing like him has ever existed. He makes claims about running on top of all of this academic success. He makes claims about being a superhuman athlete, running like 500 miles in 5 days, and 20 marathons in 25 days and all this kind of stuff. And it's all just accepted. And if you disagree with the anti-white narrative, well, then you know what you are. You are a heretic. And if you are a heretic to anti-whiteism, then you are all of the synonyms within that anti-white narrative, which means racist, bigot, homophobe, etc. And now, thankfully, because of the work we do, anti-black. Now, I understand there's somebody in the live chat that is wants to know what we're talking about. And he is a Shiloh simp, as apparently, and he says, we can talk about whatever we want. You can go talk about whatever you want. In fact, if you're going to advocate that people say enter and use other racial slurs, I want your face and your real name. Give me your face, give everybody your face and your real name. Because if you're going to suggest that people engage in behavior that will get them fired, thrown out of their families, physically assaulted, maybe even killed, maimed in those physical assaults, then you're, with anonymity, you're demonstrating that you don't follow your own recommendation. So get rid of the anonymity, or we immediately know you for the piece of shit that you are. Get rid of that anonymity. You're not adhering to your own recommendation. People could talk about whatever they want. I assume you don't want people using the Go Free dialogic, which works on continents around planet Earth, which has demonstrated success everywhere on planet Earth, which has demonstrated success in adults' lives, in children's lives, in teenagers' lives, has benefited people in every walk of life. If you don't, you object to that, the employment of that, and you want to use racial slurs, which harms people, harms our people, white people. Give me your real name and your real identity. Let's see your face. Otherwise, shut the fuck up, coward. Shut the fuck up. Don't come here recommending shit you don't do yourself. If you're anonymous, you don't do it because you're not doing it. Had a feeling we would get maybe one or two of these Shiloh supporters, and we'll be getting into Shiloh here shortly, but educating the uneducatable. We'll be as abecedarian as we can for you. But mind you now, I have to lean over from a great height of intellect to even deign to speak with you, and you sit down there, face covered in shit and cookie crumbs, and you claim to know better. So I will do my best to communicate some information to your dumb ass. And then if you can't get it, then we will just move you along, because this is a place for adults in the recapture of Western kind and our civilization. So here you have, and the strategy of saying enter, for example, didn't stop this Professor Arday from becoming the youngest professor, not just of a non-white race, of any race at Oxford. Of course he's there as the youngest of any race of people to be a professor at Oxford. So as I say, he's made all of these claims. And over the years, people have attempted to point out that this guy's a rank plagiarist. And Tree Godfather was pointing out the other day, astutely, I might add, because we have the most astute people in this community. He was pointing out that we were all taught, as we were coming through education, that this spectacle called Roots was a true story. We were told repeatedly by academicians and teachers and professors and reporters that this was a true story of the wicked white race and how they brutalized and raped the slaves, the black slaves, I guess only the black slaves, in the United States, how brutal we were. And of course, very few people know that that was actually a work of fiction that was stolen. It was plagiarized. It was successfully litigated as such. Successfully. Maybe you're a white person and you're hearing that now and you're saying, what? What? I suffered through that in school. I had to write an essay on it in school. I had to write a paper on it in school. And it was the real story of Kuta Kite and how they were all brutalized and beaten and raped. And we all know it was true because it happened on Roots. and it was fiction. It was stolen from a work of fiction. This our day right here is such a rank plagiarist, like MLK. By the way, rank plagiarism. And they're fully aware of it. And it was just a handful of years ago where they went back and reviewed and they said, but we're not going to take. Yes, it was rank plagiarism. By the way, there were anti-whites on the right that were on the board that gave him his doctorate. Okay? So don't anti-whites on the left, anti-whites on the right. So they went back and they said, yes, everything that everybody's been saying all along about the plagiarism is absolutely true. Almost everything he wrote that had made sense at all was plagiarized, but we're not going to take it away because we live in the anti-white narrative with the social morality of anti-whiteism. So it's going to get to stay. Outright fiction is going to get to stay. And so is the fiction of our day is going to get to stay. This guy plagiarized so hard that numerous passages carried the errors, the grammatical errors from the original texts into his essays, into his works. So even the misspellings and grammatical errors, and he still defends, Oxford still defends, doesn't matter. He's a super genius. It comports with the anti-white narrative. And the anti-white narrative is composed of concepts. And it has a villain class in the anti-white narrative. And they use concepts. If you use the concepts that for good, anti-whiteism, or for evil, immoral, inside the anti-white narrative, then you are endorsing, supporting, legitimizing that narrative, which victimizes us, which keeps people like our day propped up at Oxford and worshipped as a world-renowned, cosmically renowned genius, super athlete. That won't change until you stop living in their narrative, until you stop using their concepts like woke, until you stop playing their villain and saying enter. Here's the thing for those who want to show, and maybe I'll have to repeat it later when we touch upon the conviction of Shiloh. As predicted here, as we touch upon that, they used anti-whites in their psychological warfare films, television shows, etc., used the word enter. If enter was the key to saying enter was the key to defeating anti-whites, then how did it work to subjugate us? These white people are in a bad state. And as a consequence, we have this. There he is right there, the super mega genius. I'm sure you can tell by the look on his face. Youngest professor of all time, I guess until the next black person comes along. Oh, by the way, what does he specialize in? Of course, anti-whiteism, equity, equality. This is what he specializes in. Telling the world about how evil the white race is. Naturally, these are the new shaman of the world we live in, of the anti-white world we live in, because of all the failed strategies. So let's see at the very end here. Could you imagine how tainted these places are? Profaned. These used to be hallowed institutions, created, built, founded, envisioned, the bricks and the mortar laid by white men. The halls filled with books and science, written and discovered and investigated and explored by white men. And now, because of all the other strategies that are out there, including the imbeciles showing up in the live chat, we can say whatever we want. Because of those imbeciles, this has been turned over to the Jason R. Days. This isn't even worth pissing on at this point. So here at the end, the closing spokesperson for the university told me Professor Arde has been the victim of a vile campaign to undermine his credibility, which must stop. Meanwhile, not only do they have the plagiarism of whole cloth copy and paste and carrying the errors through. They even have identified plagiarism where he takes the subjects, so human beings, but the subjects of some other writer, some other professor's investigation, and then takes that subject story and then just makes it his story. No attribution, no citation, changes the name of the subject, so the person's name, and then says it was his interactions. It could not be more of a lie. What is the difference between this so-called victim, according to the anti-whites? What is the difference between Arday, the professor, and Arday, who breaks into your fucking house and steals your shit? What's the difference? This guy's breaking into our house and stealing our intelligence, stealing our creativity, stealing our findings, and then enjoying, sitting high on the hog, as we say down home, enjoying the filthy lucre of that theft. What's the difference? And the funny thing is, to all the morons out there who want to say enter when they look at them, is all of your saying enter doesn't stop either of these categories, either of these thefts. But Go Free does. Go Free will. And with that, we're going to get into our quick news and laughs, ladies and gentlemen, and then our big news.
I sneezed into an asthma attack. Very violent sneezer. It's loud, abrupt, startles people. I think you should sneeze as loud as you possibly can. It flushes out the system. It's good for you. If you're a silent sneezer, if you're the kind of person who sneezes like this, you're a very creepy individual. There's nothing natural about that kind of behavior at all. What are you, some kind of warlock? How do you make a sneeze disappear off the face of the planet? You ever see a silent sneezer after like 4 in a row? It's like it just woke up from a 10-month coma. There's no blood vessel in their head. It still works properly. One time I sneezed and I heard somebody say, bless. No direct object, just bless. So I said, thank.
All right, check this out. Meharry Medical College, black female dentist charged with recklessly killing a 4-year-old girl. The little girl on the screen got her degree from Meharry Medical College. This is an HBCU billed as the first medical school of the South for African Americans. What do you think their standards are like? Their standards are the same standards everywhere because they're white erased. Those standards, we used to have standards. They were the white man's standards. Let me hear everybody say it, especially the white women out there. These were the white man's standards, and they've been white erased. And now we get a black female dentist here who killed this little girl because of her lack of education, because the standards have been Africanized. They're white erased. Let's hear it for Stopper Antivitism.
We've walked through shadows, carrying the weight. Face the storm of lies, but we won't break. With every heartbeat, we're claiming what's right. Standing tall and strong, we're ready to fight. Crushing into white lies, we're reaching for the skies. Our fire's burning bright. No more anti-white lights. With words that spark and blaze, we're setting the stage, breaking every chain. We're turning the page.
Totally awesome. Give it up for Stopper Antivitism and Smash Antivitism sharing the stream. God bless you and thank you for that, good brother. Oh, what? Look at this. The study finds that European queens went to war more often than the kings. But I thought women were so gentle. I thought they were so delicate. We were just talking the other day on one of the spaces. If you're missing the Shade Tree spaces, you're really missing out, because we dig in. People get to ask questions of me, and we dig in. Things get really into the weeds and really genius tier. So if you're missing the spaces, you are really missing out on the next level of education and service to white well-being. But we brought up, I think her name was, what was her name? Elizabeth Bath. And she was I think she was a countess in where? Was it Romania? And so this was this powerful woman. And was it Romania? No, it wasn't Romania. It was a different Eastern European country. And she decided to have nothing but an entire female staff, and it was total girl power. And she decided that she would stay young forever by having her female staff kidnap women from the countryside, and they would bring them in under false premises that they're going to be working, and and then they would get them there, and they would torture them sadistically. So this group of women would torture these women that they had brought in under false pretense and torture them sadistically, and then would kill them. And then Elizabeth would bathe in their blood and drink their blood. And this went on and on and on and on. And does anybody know? Hungary, that's it. Is that what no, I didn't say Hungary, but I think that's what it is, Hungary. And finally, the king is investigating, because all these women are turning up missing throughout the countryside, all these maidens. And they find out that this sadistic bitch is doing it and killing them and drinking their blood and bathing in their blood. And the older and uglier she got, the more she had killed, because of this idiotic notion that if she bathed and drank their blood after severely torturing them, that it would somehow preserve her youth. It doesn't, of course. And so he had this bitch killed. So thanks to the male king, to be redundant, this horrific woman was brought to a swift and just end. But so you have it here, the gentler sex engaging, and we're not even talking. We're not even gotten into Rama Bologna and all of these other female rulers that is are sanguinary as possible. Now, for everybody who has who's a little brain damaged and they want to say we didn't go to the moon,
undeniable proof that humans have landed on the moon, and none of the proof is from NASA.
The white race, not humans, Western kind. Not all humans, Western kind.
Multiple Apollo missions left laser-ranging retroreflectors, which are essentially mirrors on the moon. The point of them is that you can bounce very high-powered laser beams all the way to the moon, and they will bounce back to where they started. Observatories across the world tried laser beaming Tranquility Base, the Apollo 11 landing site, and nothing ever happened until Apollo 11. But right after the retroreflectors were placed on the moon during Apollo 11, 14, and 15, the light bounced back if they pointed them at the exact spot they landed. These are independent observatories proving that these mirrors were placed in the exact places on the moon at the exact times that these missions occurred. Also, multiple radio technicians independently detected and recorded radio transmissions from Apollo astronauts on the lunar surface and in the lunar module. And those recordings didn't include the voice of the capsule commander, because those were coming from Houston and not the moon. An observatory in Germany was able to track the Apollo 16 astronauts and intercept the television signal and produce images. Moon rocks from the Apollo missions were studied and validated by hundreds of scientists across the world who were unaffiliated with NASA. Also, Russia and China have both also had lunar samples, and they've all matched. The Indian Space Research Organization has satellites around the moon, and they've taken really good photos of the Apollo 11 and 12 landing site. And Japan's Aerospace Agency has taken photos of the Apollo 15 landing site. And China said that while they were developing a high-definition map of the moon, they found evidence of the Apollo landing site. So happy anniversary of the first steps on the moon.
For Western kind. You're welcome, world. For Western kind. I knew an astronomy student who had been a part of a program, and they fired a laser at one of those mirrors, and it beams back. So I doubt that NASA wants to make sure that I, as a nobody so many years ago, learned this some sort of falsehood. I can't imagine a white person saying that we didn't go to the moon when we did anyhow. If Jews had gone to the moon, no Jew would say, that never happened. And by the way, the people who started these claims that the white race never went to the moon, none of them are white, just so you know. And they're all anti-white.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
I'm zooming in.
Can you please stop? No, stop.
I'm all the way in there right now.
Excuse me.
Oof.
I don't think this is cool. Stop.
You think I could go in deeper?
Stop it.
Oh, yeah.
Excuse me. Do you have a card?
No, I don't. But are you okay with saying no on camera?
No. No.
Please, come on, just once. Please, can you?
No. Please move on.
Come on, just say it once for the documentary.
No.
Come on, hon, I'm begging you, please. Just once. When I say action, you say no. Ready? Action.
No.
Okay, no means no, right? I'm an architect, and I'm responsible for one of the largest erections in the city. I can show you a picture of it if you want.
Why are you being unprofessional?
How is that unprofessional? Hey, Joe, just because you're my neighbor doesn't mean you know anything about me.
You're a fucking asshole.
Oh, shit, I was wrong. Your dog just spotted. Didn't you just tell me your dog's name is Rambo? He didn't lift his leg when he peed. He spotted. You should have named him Rainbow. Instead of Rambo. You should have named him Rainbow. Okay. All right. Okay. Still got to change his name to Rainbow, you know. Oh, yeah.
That's funny. Now, I didn't know that there's a video, the music video about this queen, and she takes a bath in blood at the end. She's killing women throughout the video. I finally understand what the video is about now, says Henry. Yes, it's a countess. It's what it was. Yes. And females, they're so gentle. They're so gentle. You know, the only reason that lie continues, because every guy knows, you know, once we enter teenage years, we know the far more vicious of the sexes is females. The only reason it survives at all is because women lie to little boys. Women tell little boys, oh, we are the gentler sex. And then so we come to believe that that's the case until we're disabused of the idea. But it is preserved by way of lying to little boys. Gretchen Whitmer won the state of Michigan by 469,870 votes in 2022. Michigan had 586,231 more votes than eligible voting age citizens. They had more votes than citizens who could vote, and that number is larger than the number she won by. What a coincidence. Folks, they're just going to steal it all. They're just going to steal it all. Lesbians eyeing your girl from across the bar. Oh, my God. That's hilarious. Republicans, remember when CNN caught a ballot stuffer on live TV?
The only ballot drop box in Cuyahoga County, Ohio. You can see this woman right here casting her vote. Did you vote for Reagan or Jimmy Carter? Carter. Carter, okay.
Look at this. Look at this anti-white black woman. I voted Carter. She's got like 50 votes in her left hand. And she's stuffing several votes at a time into the slot. I voted for Carter. Did you, Doobies? CNN actually caught this by accident. I remember. And they're just, they can continue cheating. They can continue. Remember, this is not repeated enough. When an illegal alien votes, when they fake votes, like Democrats do, as you're seeing this ballot stuffing right here, they are stealing your voice and vote from you. So you just never forget that. That's what's happening. This is not like, Republicans don't talk about this enough. They act like, oh, well, they're just adding. No. Everyone they add is your vote taken away. So when Democrats talk about the importance of and the gravity of voting and all of this, and that's why voting stations need to be open until midnight in the ghetto because they don't understand time and all of these sorts of things. It's so important that their voice matters so much. When they steal every single vote that they put in there, that isn't a real person or a legal alien or a dead person or whatever it is silencing your voice. That is how you have to view it. And it's astonishing, maybe not, that Republicans don't frame it that way. That you are being disenfranchised. You might as well not vote if they're going to steal votes, because it's your vote that has been canceled out. Oh, this is great. In 2023, a 6-year-old boy sent his teachers into panic after the class were asked to draw a family portrait, and he came up with this disturbing illustration. An emergency meeting was immediately requested, and the parents had to go into the school. However, when the mom saw the picture, she burst out laughing, explaining, quote, "This is us snorkeling on our Bahamas vacation." I bet the teachers got real nervous. Draw a picture of your family, and they're all hanging from ropes. Oh, boy, Johnny. That's interesting. Oh, one of the best pleasures in life is to read a book in total silence. This guy says, maybe I should start reading. I don't know what you all saw. I see a person with crossed legs reading a book. Oh, teach your kids how to change a magazine, not their gender. I can get behind that. I can get behind that. Under it, on top of it, beside it. Absolutely, this is a great message. Here's another one. This guy practicing, white man practicing. Take a look at double feed malfunction. How would you handle this in a firefight? Look at that shit. Look at that piece of shit. Look at that. Oh, my God. I would throw the gun to the ground at this point. Look for my sidearm. 2 rounds are going up into the chamber, trying to at the same time.
Right, another fucking double feed.
Look at that. They're raining out the bottom of this thing.
Keep working it.
There we go. Sweet. Look at this garbage. Look at that. Look. My God. That's death in a firefight.
That's crazy.
Yes, you heard somebody say, that's crazy. It is crazy. Somebody, where are my gun people? Can I get an amen? Should we take this gun and put it out on the highway and run over it? Can I get my gun people to give me an amen? I've never seen. How many times did that thing double chamber? Just because you're going 10 miles per hour over the speed limit, look at this absolute moron, doesn't mean you can drive in the left lane. Some of us are trying to break the law for real. Get out of the left lane. Oh, point of view, you're hanging out with a safe black friend.
Excuse me. Hi. Hey. Are you supposed to be here? Look at that. She's jumping out. She's jumping out. Yeah, look at that. Typical. Buying bananas. Crazy. Crazy.
Typical.
Look at that. It's always them.
Look at this.
Yeah, that doesn't work on me.
That doesn't work on me.
How you folks doing? Sorry, I just have black fatigue right now. I'm sorry. Dude, is that registered? So in the future, you want to change this when the beeping starts.
So true. What else do we got here? Oh my gosh. Mixing males and females in the military. Good Lord.
Great.
This is if you've been in the service, you know what this is. Just about everybody's got to do it. And they got a female because she's the weakest They don't want her to have to hold the weight of the man in front of her, so they went ahead and put her at the front. But there's something that's going to happen if you're doing this that is a bit, I don't know, it's a bit invasive.
Fuck
Look at
yeah,
this.
right on it.
Look.
Oh yeah.
Look at him in the office. Oh my God. I got to take
right
two. Let's see this happen again.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Hey girls, you want to be in the military? Oh my Lord. And then finally, we got this. People who eat gas station hot dogs watching all the salad eaters shit themselves. Let's rock.
Yeah, I said my name, talked about the weight, talked about the pain. Didn't point fingers, didn't call for war. Just asked why my kids gotta carry more. But the heat came fast, not from outside. Came from my own, from the ones inside. They said, why you talking, why you rock the boat? Like silence is gold and shame is the code. I'm not here for villains or scenes on a screen. I'm here for help, for what we all need. If I sound firm, that don't mean cruel. I'm trying to build, not play the fool. I ain't your enemy, never was. Same street, same past, same blood. You don't win by making me the bad guy. You win when our people finally get by. Stop paying me wrong just to feel okay. That story don't feed us, it pushes us away. I don't wanna be the monster you see. White Wellbeing's the victory. Yeah, I'm reaching for you, not pushing you out. We don't need a villain, we need buy-in now. There's nothing for you, not pushing you out. We don't need a villain, we need buy-in now. They tell me, keep it low, keep it tame. Like caring for our own is some kind of shame. But I see mom's tired, dad's one thing. Kids growing up apologizing just to fit in. That ain't strength, that's survival mode. We can do better, light in the low. If my words hit hard, hear the reason why. I'm talking to my brothers eye to eye. You don't gotta agree with every line. Just see the goal and read the sign. You think I'm fighting you, that's not the play. I'm fighting what keeps us all in the gray. No crowns, no myths, no fake high ground. Stop paying me wrong just to feel okay. That story don't feed us, it pushes us away. I don't wanna be the monster you see. White Wellbeing's the victory.
We got our big stories coming out. Perspicacious Comments are next, and then we'll be getting into Shiloh, Hendrix. If that's what you're here for, give it up for Anglo-Saxon NWG. Perfect, epic piece.
If I sound firm, that don't mean cruel. I'm trying to build, not play the fool. I ain't your enemy, never was. Same street, same past, same blood. You don't win by making me the bad guy. You win when our people finally get by. Stop paying me wrong just to feel okay. That story don't feed us, it pushes us away. I don't wanna be the monster you see. White Wellbeing's the victory. Yeah, I'm reaching for you, not pushing you out. We don't need a villain, we need buy-in now. There's nothing for you, not pushing you out. We don't need a villain, we need buy-in now. They tell me, keep it low, keep it tame. Like caring for our own is some kind of shame. But I see mom's tired, dad's one thing. Kids growing up apologizing just to fit in. That ain't strength, that's survival mode. We can do better, light in the low. If my words hit hard, hear the reason why. I'm talking to my brothers eye to eye. You don't gotta agree with every line. Just see the goal and read the sign. You think I'm fighting you, that's not the play. I'm fighting what keeps us all in the gray. No crowns, no myths, no fake high ground. Stop paying me wrong just to feel okay. That story don't feed us, it pushes us away. I don't wanna be the monster you see. White Wellbeing's the victory. Yeah, I'm reaching for you, not pushing you out. We don't need a villain, we need buy-in now. Yeah, I'm reaching for you, not pushing you out. We don't need a villain, we need buy-in.
Yeah, give it up for Anglo-Saxon NWG. Totally epic. Absolutely. And they say we can't dance. I could dance like a motherfucker. I could tell you that right now. We're getting into the Perspicacious Comments. I am damn good. I am damn good. There's in this tiny little space here, there are wires all over the floor. There's a desk chair. Where are you going to go but crash? Perspicacious Comments. Joe is up first, ladies and gentlemen. He said, I'd like to tell people that Go Free is operational, scalable, and replicable. Any proposed method needs to exhibit those three characteristics to be taken Seriously. Let's give it up for Joe, ladies and gentlemen. Perspicacious Comments. We'll keep it going. He's absolutely right. Cool Papa J Magic. Jason, what I meant in my live chat tag was that most of Go Free has been incredibly intuitive for me to pick up. Go Free put a vitally important framing around a lot of thoughts and struggles I was having when fighting anti-whiteism as a conservative. And it gave me the ability to express my objections as well as grasp concepts that never would have occurred to me if I had never found you. This one was so not intuitive, though. My first thought when I heard you talk about anti-whites flipping our concepts was that they'd legitimize them in their direction, and it would look like we are the ones flipping their concepts. But I put my faith in your understanding of the process because I am aware I have IQ limitations. Now, Cool Papa J Magic is a really bright guy saying this. He goes on, though. It does make sense to me now. I absolutely understand the value in it. The point of the comment was to give others, especially newbies to Go Free, a permission of sorts to trust the process, even if they don't quite get it yet. Hard to fit all that in a tag. You rock, brother. We are changing the world, and I'm proud to be a part of Team White Wellbeing. Let's hear it for the Cool Papa J Magic. I said, what did I say here? I had a note here to myself. Keep in mind that their use of anti-Jew, for example, anti-Blackism, makes anti-white and anti-whiteism legitimate in the minds of all of our brothers and sisters. Them saying that non-whites suffer anti-Semitism and racism, for example, deprives us of the anti-white equivalent. That's one of the ways to help folks understand why it's a big victory when they use our concepts, when they flip our concepts. When they go from saying racism to anti-Blackism, flipping anti-whiteism into anti-Blackism, which is as a consequence of the work we're doing, they are putting themselves in our story. Our story is constructed to deliver us to white well-being. When they say, in this note that I made to myself here, just to make it as simple as possible for people, when they start talking about anti-Blackism, that immediately makes anti-whiteism a conclusion for hundreds of millions of white people. So it empowers us. And there are other ways as well. Let's keep going now. Cool Papa J Magic says, what you want about, or say what you want about the Frojax brothers, and I'll agree. But Forrest openly stated that he read the Go Free book and has been unapologetically using quite a lot of your terminology and arguments since. That's our terminology and arguments, my brother. They seem to be a real mixed bag of healthy, white positive talking points and appeals to the edgelord resentment sphere. So we celebrate the good and condemn the bad. Precisely. God, I love Go Free, he writes, as it removes the silliness of backing people and allows us to back white positive action only. We don't need to backpedal or mince words. We stand firm on white positivity. Let's give it up for Cool Papa J Magic. As I see Jerome is in the chat. Good to see you, brother. We'll keep going here. And right after we finish these perspicacious comments, we're getting into the news about Shiloh Hendrix and what a shit show this has been. Cool Papa J Magic, though, finishes with this. God bless Jason. He actually figured out exactly how anti-whiteism operates and how to defeat it, and it's working. Something nobody else has been able to do. That's crazy to think about. It's why so many are jealous of Jason and this community. When they trash talk us, we should just laugh in their faces. Yes! Let's hear it. Ladies and gentlemen, big salutes for the Cool Papa J Magic. Living large on the Perspicacious Comments this week. Back to Joe. Joe has this to say. The women who were given testosterone acted more fairly to their peers and showed increased cooperation. The women who got a placebo but were told it was testosterone acted more predatory, deceitful, and aggressive. The study showed that women have no idea about male biological instincts, and this is because of the anti-white narrative. Women learn from anti-whiteism that men, especially white men, are evil, oppressive, possessive, violent, etc. So when they try to act like men, they act like men in the anti-white narrative. Absolutely genius comment right there by Joe. Let's hear it for Joe, ladies and gentlemen. He's talking about the study where they gave females, some of them they gave actual testosterone injections to, some of them they gave placebos, and the ones who got actual injections ended up being more cooperative and also more sexually aroused with their partners, and had a peace of mind that they didn't have prior to the injections. The ones that thought they got testosterone, exactly as he's pointing out right here, they behaved in a way that they think they've been taught by the anti-white narrative that white males are. So females have no idea. You imagine how many years white males, gelded beta omega males of the white race, have taken female browbeating about our nature, about what we feel, and about our masculinity and the definition of what a man is. Are you kidding me? Shut up. Absolutely shut up. The men are back in town. That needs to be a new song. The white men are back in town. The white men are back in town. And the healthy women are swooning, and they are becoming our mates. And the sick ones are being guillotined. Joe also writes this. This is the highest level of consciousness achievable to man. And I am incredibly grateful for you for lifting me out of the muck, Jason. This is at 2 hours, 30 minutes, 32 seconds. I feel like I'm standing at the top of a mountain, surveying the entire planet, and everything makes sense. This is exactly how anti-whiteism works. Our people conclude that our own existence is immoral because it would necessitate us to project our biospirit over that of other people groups. Our natural goodness is leveraged by other people groups who white guilt us into numerical diffidence. That is why Go Free was ingeniously designed to appeal to our people on the moral plane. If white well-being is truly non-negotiable, it is now moral for us to project our biospirit over other people's, and our people can now, with clear conscience, advance white well-being in perpetuity. Genius. God bless you for understanding that. God bless you. And pointing out as well, as it's been a while, been quite a little while since we've talked about how the white race, even with our numerical superiority of 90+%, even in our countries where we were 99.9% white, we still acted as though we were numerically diffident. So our numbers have nothing to do with this. I really want you to appreciate that we were numerically diffident in our countries where we were 99.9% of the population. Imagine that. This is all about the mind. You can tie up the baby elephant, and then when it grows into a full elephant, you got a stake in the ground with a ball of twine wrapped around its ankle, and the thing doesn't move. It could kick Volkswagens through the uprights at a football stadium, but it thinks it's trapped by a wooden stake in the ground. This is all about the mind. It's far more complex, though. Well said. Final page I think we have here of Perspicacious, or nearly, yes, comments today. Johnny Johnson says, I talked to my Mexican friend from Los Angeles the other day, and it made me very sad and mad at the same time. He said he visits Tijuana all the time with his nice car. And I asked if he isn't scared of being robbed. He said they do not rob their own people down there. They only rob you if you are white. Then they will take your car, everything you own, and you should be happy if you get out of it alive. I immediately, in horror, thought of the 3 white surfers that had their tires stolen from their truck while surfing in Tijuana a year ago or so. And then the thieves shot them all in the head and threw them in a well as their fun little kill whitey ritual. All over 4 tires. The way he said it was even worse, like it's just normal procedure, and didn't seem to have any concern about it at all, like if it's just normal and the way it's supposed to be. he is no longer considered a friend. Of course, but like what Jason says, when we recapture our destiny, sorry won't cut it. Everyone will have to pay for anti-white terrorism. Johnny Johnson, ladies and gentlemen, let's get out some Raucous emojis for that hero. Millennium Run says this: even though we want them to invert our concepts, it's infuriating to see them do it, especially when we've been tricked into believing that all we have has been stolen from non-whites. But hey, let them steal from us our Trojan horses. Exactly, ladies and gentlemen. And that's how you should view it. When they flip our concepts in our story, exactly as I predicted that they would and wanted them to, those are our Trojan horses. Imagine it. Imagine the power that we have wielded and continue to wield in this community. Millennium Run 07's anti-whiteism 777 writes this. He says, as a Somalian pedophile in the park nobody cares about. A white mother calls him and the thief stealing her property and enter national outrage and court trial. How about a trial for who allowed this child rapist from Africa to invade the country? And this is what I responded to 777 here. I said, I get the outrage about the selective societal priorities. There is asymmetry in how these facts and situations are handled, and we apply the go-free method to correct the asymmetry. There will be no trial for the person who let the child rapist in as a consequence of pointing out the asymmetry or unfair treatment. Let's give a thank you to 777 for his comment right there. And finally, we have the final page here. Cordite says, just a thought. What if on a fundamental level, Tate, as the Tate brothers, has some white guilt in him for being half white? We know from the Go Free book that white anti-whites hate their identity as white people. So they will say anything to escape the identity and tear down all white people to make themselves feel like they get a little more human value because they aren't those other white people. But what about the mixed race anti-whites who is half white? Could it be that because Tate is half white and he chooses to victimize primarily white females because he hates that part of himself that is half white and wants to tear down white females? This also begs the question, how many mixed race people feel white guilt for being half white? What if the suicide rate among young non-whites could be because they have a portion of it, could be because they have some white blood in them and feel terrible and guilty about it? Let's hear it for Cordite. Absolutely 100%. Big salutes to Cordite. You're 100% right. Being half white in the modern West is being half evil. So without question, the vast majority, there obviously are going to be a few exceptions to that rule. The vast majority hate it. And if you've read Crucible, you'll read about a very personal experience I had with a half white, half black friend of mine. Two more on today's Perspicacious Comments. Positive and Infinite says, you are so right, Jason. The first responsibility in white well-being is the safety of our people. Using the N word is irresponsible, completely unnecessary, and counterproductive. It also changes the focus of the incident to use that word instead of the victimization of a white mother and her child at the park. Remember also the role of the scumbag who recorded it. Instead of helping a young mother in distress, he videos and pours fuel on the fire. The story should be about a white mother out in the park with her beautiful children. They deserve better. Absolutely. Let's hear it for Positive Infinite. 100%. Big salutes right now. Big salutes. And finally, Perspicacious Comments. Hartman says the British movie Fire in the Streets, also Winds of Change, is in 1961. One would assume anti-whiteism wasn't as virulent, or at least not mainstream in 1961. Well, that's a wrong assumption. The psychological condition has been going on for at least a century now. Longer, my brother, longer. It is uphill battle, and only no white guilt seems to be fighting the war with any effectiveness. I am not a genius or blessed with a great sagacious insight, yet it seems obvious to me Go Free method is the only real defense against anti-whiteism and our victimization through white erasure. Yet the number of viewers of these videos are in the hundreds at best. And yet, what is wrong with white people? I talk to fellow whites, more accomplished and intelligent, and they just can't get it. The conditioning runs deep. Keep up the good fight, NWG. You are the only one making any real difference. Let's hear it for this champion, ladies and gentlemen. And that's the Perspicacious Comments for today. So true. Thank you so much. We all are making the difference here in service to white well-being. We all have the lexicon, these tools that are indeed changing the world. We're going to talk about, and thank you all for the Perspicacious Comments. If you want to get a comment in the Perspicacious Comments, first of all, look up the word perspicacious and become educated. Then head on over to the threads under my streams on YouTube. Make a comment. Make it relatively pithy. Don't make it too long, although I do have a longer comment that I took the last 3 paragraphs from that we'll be sharing next time. We had so many great comments on the pad. We could only do like half of them this time. And then you got an opportunity of being considered one of the perspicacious among our number, one of the perspicacious members of our number. You understand what I'm saying to you here today? One of the perspicacious. I'm going into some sort of a Goodfellas, kind of a tangential Goodfellas character. I don't know why. I don't even know where it comes from, but it's coming out of me. You understand? You think I'm funny? You think this is funny? Do I make you laugh? Am I some sort of clown or something? Calling the child the N-word in a playground tirade, but she doesn't get off the hook. Minnesota mom acquitted for charge of calling the child the N-er, calling the child N-er. What should have happened on that playground? Let me mention this because so many of you will be challenged with defending the virtue, the effectiveness of Go Free, and articulating how the arguments that are being made about Shiloh Hendrix and the tact that she took is, and that being somehow a strategy to recapture our destiny. Of course, preposterous, asinine, and the stuff of morons. But so let's say right from the very beginning, Shiloh Hendrix, as a white woman, white mother, 2 or 3 children with her at this playground, should 100% be able to go to this playground in a country built by white men, a playground built by white men, city built by white men, and she should be able to be completely safe. That's what we're working toward achieving here. We have, for example, when it comes to white children, we have protected white children at an elementary school. Now, this is real tangible white people, white kids, because a mother in the community took the teachings of Go Free and went to the teacher when the son was given a book that was anti-white to do a book report on. And she sat down with the teacher and explained calmly how the book was anti-white. You know what the teacher said? I didn't realize. You're right. It is anti-white. I will never use this book again. Now the teacher has learned what anti-whiteism looks like. Might she see anti-whiteism elsewhere and remove that from the learning material? One would think that's possible. So we have, in this instance, as in many others, benefited white children, real white children, not the abstraction of white children. We've benefited them today. We've protected them today. So you can't criticize us about our strategies are not going to help the abstraction of white kids at some point in the future when you finally can march 500 million men on the Capitol, because you're never going to be able to do that, children. So we have actually helped white kids. We could go on and on about actually helping white children. So many white kids in the community with their parents, inoculating them against anti-whiteism, and the stories of their successes are, I mean, just ask a couple of them. Ask Azimuth Clark. He's going to be on the live chat. If he isn't now, he will be. You can go down. We have so many of these successes with our children, real white children, not the abstraction. Shiloh Hendrix should be able to go to the park completely unmolested. There shouldn't even be a Somalian at the playground in America. There shouldn't even be such a thing. The laws should be enforced. Our standards for laws, our standards for punishment, the judicial system should be the white man's standards, not the white erase standards, so that ne'er-do-wells, even from our own race, but absolutely from other races as well, would leave Shiloh and her babies, white babies, alone, because they would know if you go up and you molest and you assault or you, etc., interrogate this white woman, you frighten her, that a bunch of white guys are going to show up and we're going to thump you on the head a few times with a billy club, and you're going to go down to the station. It's going to get worse, and then you're going to suffer serious punishment. That's what we are working toward with Go Free. So, white women, Shiloh Hendrix, and their babies, absolutely safe at the playground. That is an outcome that we are achieving, not a plan for the future. We are doing it now. It is happening now. Now, Shiloh, of course, we live in an anti-white hell because of all of these other strategies that have been failing for us, like saying enter as a strategy. Saying enter as a strategy is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard, in all honesty. Saying enter because you see a black person and beyond blacks as well, whites ignorantly, not only will they, when they're angry and they see criminal behavior, they see violent behavior, they'll use the word enter to describe blacks, to describe Arabs, to describe everything, even white people. I've had anti-Jews, anti-non-whites online, never in person because they're cowardly in person, but online, call me an enter many times. Many times. So there's a big difference between you were with your buddies or whatever, and you're talking about some bad behavior of some sort, some anti-white behavior, some criminal behavior. Maybe the town's getting looted, and the buddy says the enters are doing this or whatever. That's obviously different from say enter as a strategy to defeat the Jews. So where was, or which of those categories was used when Shiloh responded to the black child stealing from her diaper bag? Yes, it was the latter strategy, or not strategy, but just response. She was just responding to and I would think, looking at Shiloh with, I mean, we've read that she had a record already for behavior, being arrested in public for some sort of, we'd have to go back and see exactly what it is, some sort of fighting or brawling or something like this, and it's not one count either. I would think she's probably inclined to call anybody an enter who's stealing from her diaper bag. Maybe she would use a different racial slur for a mestizo or a Jewish kid, or maybe she would, but maybe she would still call them enters. I'm just inclined to think that's how she talks. That's how she talks. She wasn't advocating a strategy, but this moment in time has been turned by beta, omega, simping cloud bitch white losers who get off to a dominant female, demonstrating that they are absolute omega males, have turned it into something that should be worshipped. That you better do what the lady says or else. That is the definition of simp. That's what so many of the younger generations, we look at the older generations and we say, what in the fuck is wrong with you? Why would you so blindly serve women? And we see women now, like I showed you last week, the woman talking about, she said that women are destroying the West with the help of beta males. That's exactly what's happening. When it comes to our race, the best among us are undermined by fanatical anti-white women supported by and disruptive, domineering bitches, harridans, rudises, who are endorsed and supported by omega males, simping garbage, who show up in force to say, you better, whatever the lady wants, you better do it. We used to call that white knighting, and that's inappropriate because white knight is a good thing. A white man who is a knight for the white race, that's not white knighting. It's not a good thing. You're a truckling, simping bitch. So they turned this whole shot, and of course, females like nothing better than pats on the head. So how is Shiloh going to respond? Is Shiloh going to come out and say, are you fucking nuts? I was just having an argument. This is not how you take back Western civilization. Why would you say that? No, she's going to look online. She's going to see $1 million pouring in to her from simps galore who question nothing. As you'll see, we'll talk about this giant embroiling shit show that this has become, and all of these different angles in it. Of course, she's not going to look out and say, don't repeat that as a strategy to recapture our civilization. I was angry at this black child, and then this black guy was taunting me, and so I just gave him what he was taunting me for. Of course, she's not going to say that. Oh, she turns on her phone or her desktop, and people are talking about her like she's some sort of a queen, making memes of her and talking about fealty to her. And how do you think she's going to respond to that? I would like to see her. I would be stunned to death. It would be resplendent if she came out and told all of these beta omega losers, hey, you dumb bitches. I was angry. I was using the word enter because I was angry with these motherfuckers. And so I just wanted to call them something as ugliest thing I could think of. This is not a strategy. You can't repeat this at work. This isn't going to take back our destiny. This is going to ruin people's lives if you continue advocating that. I would love if she would do that. I wish she would. Think about all of the little omega guys who are getting ready to Vaseline up that 1 inch thing, who are going to have to put the Vaseline back in the drawer. So she responds in anger with the harshest word she could think of in the moment for the child. Then this Omar, whatever this anti-white, child molesting, whatever he is, POS there, knows the anti-white. He's got like a 60 IQ, but he knows the social morality of the West is anti-whiteism. Somehow white people don't. He knows this. He knows he can burn her to the ground with this now. And so he approaches her and then begins taunting her, which, by the way, this is the only thing that her dumbass attorney should have been talking about. I mean, to talk about a clown. He looks like he's high 24/7. What a bad choice for an attorney. She should have got a Jew, for the love of God. The Jew could be anti-white, would still do a better job than this guy did. What a sad thing for white people to have to say. Well, look how far we've fallen. So this guy comes up and taunts her. Well, in that moment, she's betting on a couple of things. Obviously, I can tell you with 100% certainty, she was betting that Omar, because she's holding a baby, wasn't going to beat the ever-living shit out of her. She was betting 100% certainty that because Omar is probably like the majority of people coming from his country, probably emaciated. He probably couldn't do like a death blow with one punch, like so many American blacks can. Kill you with one punch. So many American blacks wouldn't care if you were holding a white baby. But she was betting, obviously. I tell you, why do I know it's 100%? Because what mother would say, beat me up and hurt my baby? So she 100% concluded that he was not going to physically assault her in the presence maybe of other adults that were in the area, and that she's holding a baby, which is an extremely irresponsible thing to do. And she can and should be criticized for that, because no white people, especially white women with white babies, should come to the conclusion as a consequence of the voices encircling this event that her behavior was the appropriate thing to do. Like I said about that wannabe lawyer down in Florida, what should she do? What did you want her to do? I want her to go home. I hate that the white race has failed to provide an environment that's safe for a white woman and her children. And I want her to take her white ass and the beautiful white babies home so they can be safe. And then never go to that playground, maybe that one ever again. Or certainly never go there when these anti-white monsters are roaming the landscape. That's what I want, you dumb bitch. Because I don't want to fight anti-whiteism through a 110-pound woman or 100-pound woman and her white babies. You do, because you're a dickless omega coward. And you know it. So that's what I wanted her to do. Now, if I were present when Omar decided to confront her, I would be up in Omar's face long before any of these big talkers, because I am an actor. I do this because it works. I would be in that guy's face long before these little omega bitches who celebrate and laud and demand that everybody employ this strategy of saying enter, say the slanders, normalize the slanders. Even though the anti-whites all the way back in 1961 were using those slanders to cage us in their movies, in their television shows. You morons. So I would be right in that guy's face. I would probably slap his phone across the entire playground without knowing who Shiloh was, because she was a white woman with a white child. I would immediately come to her defense. And then I would tell her, go the hell home, because I'm not going to be able to protect you from this animal forever. I don't know if he's going to get more animals. I don't know if he's got weapons. Go home with your babies. And if you want to complain about it, don't come to complain and cuss the white guy that's actually doing something about that problem. If you want to complain about it, go complain about the people who Nazi LARP and who say that you should use slurs to normalize them, and that somehow is going to effectuate some change, even though those same slurs were used to cage us. So, Shiloh goes on trial exactly as we predicted. We said it was almost certain that the prosecutors would find a way to dilate and charge her. All of the people who support Shiloh said it won't happen. It's free speech. I've watched for 3.5 decades prosecutors, sheriffs, police officers. I've watched them dilate the law. I've watched them send different types of pro-white people, white nationalist people, to jail, to prison, couples to prison. And every single time it was unfair. I've had it. I don't want to hear any more of it's unfair. We know the lay of the land. If you are arguing for behavior that will get people arrested, separated from their families, like friends of this community have happened just in the past 10 years, separated from their families, separated from their children, so that you can, after the fact, say it's unfair that they were railroaded, fuck yourself to hell. Get out of the movement. Never speak again. You are a garbage, sub-white goblin, and we don't want to hear from you ever again. So, of course, it's going to be unfair, dumb bitches. Of course it's unfair. Stop saying that. Grow up. Deal with the reality that it's unfair, which is what we do here. You find a way to plot a course to victory with as unfair as it is. So, she has this moment. She says the ugliest thing that comes to mind to the child. Omar runs up. Say it again. Say it again. She's not the kind to have patience. What would have been better for Shiloh to say? Imagine this video. Now, Shiloh wouldn't be a millionaire, but we need millions of white people behaving in this way that I'm going to articulate so that we can have safe playgrounds again for our women and children, right? So the kids can go to the playgrounds by themselves and they'll be safe. What could Shiloh have said when he stepped up? Even if she had already called the child Enter, even if she had already said that, she's angry, he took off running with the food from the diaper bag, and she yells at him, and now this guy comes in the face. What could she have said? Go to hell, anti-white. Fuck you. And she could middle figure this guy. Fuck you, anti-white. Say it again. You said Enter. F you, anti-white. She could say it over and over. You're an anti-white piece of shit. You don't even deserve to be in my country taunting me right now, you anti-white piece of shit. Omar would have never loaded that video to the internet. If that's his name, whatever his name is. He would have never loaded it to the internet. Any white people in the area that would hear her saying anti-white would be identifying with her. Who's being anti-white? That's the way I'm born. Unless they're radical anti-whites, and then you want to know that and you don't want them on your side. All the normal white people in our hundreds of millions will identify with it. Imagine the strength of that. I want to see Shiloh Hendrix comment on her GoFundMe. I should have called him anti-white and told him to get the out of my country. That's what I want to see her write on her now that she's almost up to $1 million. I mean, just go ahead now and put it out on what should have been said. What would have been, because would she have been arrested? No. There's no video of the child. She was not found guilty of the comment and the behavior toward the child. There's no video of that. She wouldn't have been arrested if she had turned to Omar. She wouldn't have had and said anti-white. She wouldn't have had all of the threats. She wouldn't have had to move. She wouldn't be saddling her children potentially with ramifications from this. Don't you dare come to me and say, oh, well, one of her kids was jumped by 5 non-whites. Look how unfair this is. They're such animals. None of this would have happened had she done what works for our people. None of it. Minnesota mom caught on viral video hurling a racial slur at a 5-year-old. Black child was acquitted of 1 count of disorderly conduct for her offensive tirade against the boy. But she wasn't let off completely. Instead, a 6-person jury found Shiloh Hendrix guilty of a different disorderly conduct charge related to the shocking April 25 playground incident, according to local reports. And I don't want to hear it's free speech. I mean, you are a child if you continue with it's free speech in this anti-white environment. It's free speech. It shouldn't be this way. It's free. Anti-whites are in charge. The anti-white morality, immoral morality, is the social morality of the West. Stop complaining like you're 6 years old. It's free speech. That's like being in war in kinetic war and saying, they're using tanks. It's not fair. We don't have tanks. Grow up. Why are any of these children listened to? The guilty verdict delivered late Thursday involved the 37-year-old mom's words and behaviors toward the man who recorded the ugly confrontation. She raised $900,000 through an online fundraiser titled Help Me Protect My Family. I called the kid for what he was, she wrote there on the page. The page still reads and claims that her private information, including her social security number and address, were leaked. Now, could you imagine you're living with your social security number? You can't change that. You're living with your social security number out there, your name, address, everything. Family members are all going to be known now. All their social security numbers are going to be available to sick people. The largest number of threats to elected officials in the history of the country by far is coming from anti-white leftists toward conservative and MAGA politicians and admins, heads of departments. By far, these are the people that have your social security number. Would you want this for her? I don't. Hendrix was placed on probation and slapped with 200 hours. So she had a potential 90 days in jail. They put her on probation. I don't think it has said anywhere how long she's on probation. One place I read that it's probably a year, and she won't have to serve those 90 days in jail as long as she doesn't break the probation or violate the probation. She has 200 hours of community service, as well as a $1,000 fine, because remember, this was one count. It was going to be, each count was, it was going to be 90 days in jail, $1,000 fine, and was that it? Probably so. 90 days, yeah. Maximum sense of disorderly conduct, but will only have to serve jail time if she violates her probation. Good Lord, she doesn't do that. Hendrix's fate was decided over a year after the horrific video showing how disgusting, showing her unapologetically using the N-word to describe the boy. And all of these losers out there saying the magic word. Just shut the fuck up with this childishness. I really feel like I've been teleported seriously back to elementary school. And I've got some like mildly obese kid with his shirt that doesn't cover his whole stomach, and he's talking with me the exact same way I see adults talking now. It's despicable. Okay, it says, so the boy's autistic, and it went viral. Videographer, a black man, it's always a black man, named Sharmaik Omar, confronted her over the use of the slur. Hendrix doubled down, directing the vile slur at the concerned adult who was standing up for a child. So you see the framing of this. You don't get out of this framing by saying that we should all say enter when you're not going to say it from your anonymous account in person. She uses enter several more times, directed at Omar. Hendrix has claimed the young boy was going through a bag containing the child's belongings, which made her justified in using the slur. Disorderly conduct is what she's convicted of. After the shocking clip spread online, the potty-mouthed mama said she faced a wave of harassment. No shit. The jury deliberated for 9 hours following the dramatic 4-day trial, which repeatedly saw the judge, Daly, and Hendrix's defense attorney, Brian Corrales, at each other's throats, according to reports from inside the courtroom. We're dealing with a judge who's very... So this is going to be the... He didn't lose because he sucked. And her position was god-awful. No, they lost because the judge is unfair. And I mean, I'm so tired of hearing and seeing this childish bullshit. Prosecutor Nicholas Schabel, and I've also said, oh, and this guy's a Jew and that one's a Jew. It's all the same bullshit. Every single 3.5 decades of you losers. Shut up. Hendrix was ready to physically attack the boy during the incident, said the prosecutor, screaming at the child or demeanor language. I'll speak to this. So what actually happened in that courtroom? Obviously, you have a jury who is reared in the anti-white narrative with the social morality of the West, which is the anti-white immoral imperative, which is going to look upon the use of this racial slur as heretical to anti-whiteism, as one of the signs of the stigmata on truly evil people, and they're going to come to conclusions through their lived experience that they've had through entertainment, that the people who talk like this, who would call a handicapped child like this, who would respond to the father like this, they're going to know all of these things about her in that moment. This is how the human animal works. There's no use in saying, well, that's not how a jury is supposed to work. It says these garbage people. This is the reality of the human animal. This is the reality of the world. Grow up. Stop being a child. Stop being so neotenous. So they're, of course, going to see this footage. And what exactly happened? I don't know. I wasn't in the courtroom. Did they not? Is there no footage of the child getting called this after she went after him? And so the jury said, well, it's a he said, she said. Did she say, or through her attorney, that she called the child Enter? I don't know. What the jury did have, though, is a video of her and Omar, and she seemed aggressive, even though she was the one that was approached, because the language. Now, here's the thing about the First Amendment for all of the tards out there. It's not a blanket. I know the tards out there think it's a blanket, but it's not. There are cases when your speech is part of an overall package of behavior. So if you're out on a street corner and, for example, when it comes to free speech, if you're out on a street corner and you say, and this is case law, it's not me. You don't have me to argue with. This is case law. And you say, maybe you have Tourette's, I don't know, and you shout, Enter. No one can fight you legally, obviously. No one can perceive that statement as an act of aggression, as part of a package of aggression, as part of a package that's attempting to incite a conflict, to incite fear. Look it up for yourself. This is what it says in the case law. I mean, I've got it written down right here, literally. Not only that, but you have, when these cases were decided, they were decided through the lens of people suffering with anti-whiteism. And now you have people interpreting the anti-white case law through the lens of their anti-whiteism. What outcomes do you think they're going to come to? But that's unfair, Jason. That's the way the world works. Grow up. In fact, what does it say? And this is just Minnesota. There are many states and federal level. Minnesota Statute 609.72, Subdivision 1. Whoever does any of the following in public or private place, knowing or having reasonable grounds to know that it will or will tend to alarm, anger, or disrupt others, or provoke an assault or breach of the peace, is guilty of disorderly conduct. So no, dipshit. The law of the land says you can't go up to a black guy, for example, and just start saying, enter, 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 and not be guilty of disorderly conduct. Do you understand? God's sake, stupid white people. So obviously they were going to use this to go after her for the interaction. Three, engages in offensive, obscene, abusive, boisterous, or noisy conduct, or an offensive, obscene, or abusive language tending reasonably to arouse alarm, anger, or resentment in others. It's black and white. You can complain all you want. Complain all you want that the refs were not fair. The refs are not fair because we're adults, because this is the jungle. The First Amendment protects a wide range of speech, including speech that some could consider offensive, vulgar, insulting, or that could cause alarm, anger, or resentment. The government generally cannot punish the speech just because people find it upsetting or hateful. There are a few narrow, historically recognized exceptions to that protection. One of them, relative to this behavior, breaching the peace, is called fighting words. Personally abusive epithets directed at a specific individual that, by their very utterance, are inherently likely to provoke an immediate violent reaction from the person addressed. So this was not the Jews doing it, right? This was not. Are you gonna? Is the judge a Jew too, or I mean, what's going to be the grounds on which you're going to say it was unfair when it came to her? I mean, it makes it so clear. Breach of the peace. That's the phrase for me. Breach of the peace. What if somebody got into your face? Maybe you're having dinner. And that's why this interpretation exists. That's why this disorderly conduct is punishable. What if you are with your loved one, your man, and you're with your wife, or you are a mother and you're with your children, and you are sitting at a bistro on the sidewalk at a table, and somebody decides to come up to you and starts shouting in your face slurs of various types? How long are you going to take it? Are you expected to sit there and just be verbally abused by them? Because according to these imbeciles, these free speech, it's just free speech. They always fall back, Mott and Bailey, they always fall back to it's just free speech. All I want to do is insult them. It's just free speech, and we defend all free speech. Go to hell. How long are you expected to tolerate somebody slandering you in your face? That's disorderly conduct. Obviously, they were going to dilate that to ensnare a white person behaving heretically to anti-whiteism. So if they come up to you and they're shouting at you, you're not going to say, you might say, well, I wouldn't care if they came up and shouted, I'm a whitey. I wouldn't care if they came up and shouted, I'm a redneck. Really, at about the 30th shout? Would you finally be angry enough? Would you finally be disturbed enough? Would you finally be unhappy enough? What if they're shouting to your wife how terrible of a lover you are? What a bitch you are. What if you're on a date with a girlfriend and they're like, this guy's a total bitch. He's a cuck bitch. He has no muscles. I've seen him in the locker room. And they're going down the line. Shouting is endlessly. Because if you're a free speech absolutist, they got the right to say that. So I'm sick and tired. They got a right to ruin your day, your life, wherever you go, 24/7. You have no right to respond. So shut up, children.
Shiloh Hendrix, the heritage American who lives in the Somali-occupied territory of Minnesota, who went viral last year after she used the magic word to refer to the anchor baby of a Somalian immigrant who stole something out of her bag when she was at the...
Okay, never say heritage American, ever. Not in this community. So he could say it. It's a dumbass thing to say. It doesn't define white people, but it's this sort of sidestepping so you don't have to defend white people.
The park, remember that? And then he pulled out his phone and started harassing her and then was begging.
Jews were here long enough to be heritage. American Indians are heritage Americans. Blacks have been here long enough to be heritage Americans. No.
Her to say the magic word again. And then she did. So she got canceled, doxxed, harassed. Some great patriotic Americans set up and organized a GoFundMe, or rather a Give, Send, Go page for her. GoFundMe would never allow that. The Give, Send, Go page, where we were able to raise over $850,000 for her. Local prosecutors were absolutely furious, and so they arrested her on several disorderly conduct.
They weren't furious over the GoFundMe. This was public, and there was going to be social pressure to get them to press charges. Of course, it's expected. It's unfair. That's the way of the world. Grow up.
Charges. We don't have hate speech laws in this country yet. Of course, the communist Democrats.
Now, why is Dice and other content creators, I mean, Matt Walsh, we'll talk about Benny Johnson, etc. Why are they all talking about this? Because enter clicks are win. They win. They go for the win. Enter clicks go for the win. That's what's trending. Demand that she be able to say enter, and you're going to have an audience show up, and the audience are dollars in the seats. That's why all these content creators are on top of this right now. That's why they're promoting. That's why they're running to talk about this. You want to talk about the safety of a white woman? Who's talking about that but us? All of these others out there are talking about she should be able to say enter. We should be able to say enter, the magic word. We're the community talking about her safety. We're the only community that has talked about her safety and the safety of her white babies. I want you really to sit with that. Sit with that. So many of these losers attacking yours truly, attacking this community. We are the only community speaking about her and her babies, her family's safety. The only community. Everybody else wants to use this as an opportunity. Content creators, taboo grifters to make money. Enter for it's all enter for the win. She should be able to say enter for the win. Blacks shouldn't be so delicate. Well, I mean, they shouldn't be that. There's a lot that shouldn't be, and there's a lot that should be. Who cares? You either going to do something about it or shut the fuck up. But this is the rage bait economy. That's what this is all about.
Will implement those if they gain control. But they found a little workaround. They claimed that she committed disorderly conduct, a terrible crime, to the Somalian immigrant and to the child. 2 different counts. And last night, a jury, obviously not of her peers, again in the Somali-occupied territory, found her guilty. And then she was fined $1,000 and sentenced to 200 hours of community service, which, if you do the math, is the equivalent of 5 weeks of a full-time job.
So you're saying again, it's unfair. She's being treated unfairly. Exactly.
5 weeks of working a 40-hour work week. So over a month of her life has to be dedicated to community service because she used a magic word, which the Somali immigrant begged her to say.
So some dumb motherfucker in the live chat is calling me a language cop. Yes, we strictly police the language of white well-being because language is psychological warfare. And I get it. Maybe, you're trying to insult me if that's where you're going with that. I don't know. You're trying to, but you can't insult me over it because we strictly enforce the concepts that liberate our people. If you want to use the language that keeps our people enthralled, you're just a dumb shit. You don't want the language to be policed such that we liberate ourselves. You want to stay locked in the anti-white narrative. You are a dumb shit. You want to police the language so that everybody uses the terms and concepts and arguments that anti-whites give you. You are a dumb shit. Fuck's sake.
Hey, here's the original video in case you missed it.
Did you call him a child? Did you call the child the word? It is my business. You call him.
Well, if you don't want to be called.
So she actually starts off, you see how childish this is. Even before she starts calling him the N-er, and this is just, you know, her mentality in the moment. She sticks her tongue out. When was the last time you had somebody stick their tongue out and it wasn't sexual? Elementary school? Me too. So she starts off by sticking her tongue out at him and then resorts to enter. Wouldn't it have been wonderful if she had said, anti-white, get out of my country?
Called like one. What do they say? Don't act like.
Oh, but I'm policing the language again. She should be able to say the language that destroys her life. Isn't that right, dumb fuck? Where are you, brain dead? Where are you? Her language. No. She should be able to say the language that ruins her life and that threatens the lives of her children.
Like one.
Okay, why don't you have the balls to say it right now again?
If it hurt his feelings so much, why is he begging her to say it again? And she does, I think 5 times.
Okay.
Of course, you're supposed to pretend that what
He's laughing because he has her.
she did was the worst thing in the world and terribly racist and unforgivable. But around here, we're heritage Americans. We support the First Amendment. We don't care if people use certain descriptive terms to describe a certain subset of the black community based off of behavior.
Of course, Dice would absolutely object to being followed around and having people insult him, shout insults in his face. So no, you're not an absolute free speech individual advocate.
Behavior. So be sure to subscribe to my channel for new here, by the way, because you're not going to find independent, authentic analysis like this anywhere else. Last year, after we raised over $750,000 for her, it made headlines with the liberal media and local activist groups absolutely furious. Go viral for racist behavior. Received $750,000 inside the new extremist crowdfunding campaigns. The Jewish ADL complained that white supremacists were helping her raise hundreds of thousands of dollars for the woman who hurled a slur at a black child. And while that is a lot of money, she deserves every penny of it. And I wish it would have reached $1 million to send a message to the anti-whites, those with black fragility, the Marxists in the media, that they shouldn't be allowed to ruin someone's life. And that's what they do. Ruin someone's career, ruin their life, destroy their safety, their sanctuary. Often people have to move.
Yes, so these are all consequences for the past 3.5 decades. Do not engage in behavior that obviously doesn't benefit yourself and white people as a whole. Do not engage in that behavior and speech. It doesn't help you and your family, and it doesn't help our people. Continuing, perseverating like an absolute vegetable in behavior that is harmful to you and our people, and then complaining that it's not fair that you were treated in the predictable way is, I swear to God, the white race, so many in the white race are such trash. What is wrong with you?
Harassment of family members because they used the magic little word. And not to mention compensating her for the fact that she literally will not be able to get a job for the rest of her life, with rare exceptions from small local businesses, from friends or family members.
All these people show up after the fact, and it's like all they can with their low IQ compute is from the point of something bad happening to this white mother, and then we're all going to work overtime to make that better, rather than address the causes that have created the environment where this could happen, and to dissuade in our people behavior that will cause them this sort of trauma in their lives.
Members, because even if she applies to work as a clerk at 7-Eleven, they're going to do a basic background check, and they're going to find out that this is a woman who said the little N-word, and it made headlines across the country. And so I really think that this should be standard practice, obviously, unless somebody's in a situation where they do it on purpose, hoping to cash in. In the wake of this absolutely insane verdict, keep your eyes open to see.
Somebody asked if we could sue for being called a cracker. No, because we live in anti-whiteism. We live with the social morality of the West being anti-white. please don't say your response is that it's unfair. Please.
Which conservative personalities, podcasters, and mainstream hosts do not actually cover this story? I mean, can you imagine Jesse Waters standing up for this woman, let alone admitting that there's nothing wrong with a white person using the N-word to describe the behavior of certain kinds of people when, well, they're acting in a way where that word is the best one that fits the situation? Instead,
my God,
we have people like Joe Rogan, the most powerful, popular podcaster in the world, who used to say it on his podcast many years ago, and then somebody compiled a compilation.
So somebody is saying, Minecraft, can we just stab the infiltrators? Are you 7 years old? How low IQ is this? I mean, are you really not able? Is your intellectual processing ability not able to comprehend beyond the room you're in and the people that could be there? Can we just stab the info? I mean, that's incredibly stupid. Stop making suggestions. At this point, you've clearly demonstrated that you are low IQ. Your duty now is to say, yes, sir, no, sir. Because you obviously are suffering from low IQ. If you don't know why that sentence doesn't make any sense, that's your problem. Stop thinking that you are calibrated to be able to lead others, to suggest courses of action. Fuck's sake.
Of that, it went viral. This is years ago now. And then what did he do? Instead of just ignoring it, instead of saying, yeah, I said the little word, big deal, go cry about it, he apologized.
You see, this is all about, not about Shiloh and her family. And you see this everywhere with all these content creators. It's not about the safety of Shiloh. It's not about the safety of white women and their white babies. This is all about, it's unfair that we can't say enter. Say it then. Go tell your boss. Go tell all your neighbors. I don't give a shit. Get out of the effort to reclaim our destiny, though, because that's not effective. We want effective, empowered advocates for white well-being. So just get lost. You're stomping your feet on the ground. Why can't I say? Go ahead and say it. Why? And Dyson said, why is Joe Rogan? Because it's the difference between Lamborghinis or Pintos. That's why. What the? I mean, how is this even a question, Mark? Why is Joe Rogan apologizing? Because of anti-whiteism, Mark. That's why. But here's the thing, the reality of it. Dice is entertaining. He's got to make a living off of this. And as far as I can tell, he doesn't have the backing like that a Benny Johnson or Rogan has. So he's got to get people in the seats. So he's got to speak to you vegetables out there. I feel for Mark Dice because I could not do that. I could not have these absolute tards show up like we see from time to time in the audience and be like, yeah, you're right. Why can't we play with the Play-Doh when we want? I mean, I just couldn't do it. So God bless him. God bless Walsh. God bless so many of these guys that are able to pretend that the tards are right so that they can get the dollars off of you being in the seat.
Guys said it was the most despicable thing he's ever done in his entire life.
Hello, friends. I'm making this video to talk about the most regretful and shameful thing that I've ever had to talk about publicly. There's a video that's out that's a compilation of me saying the N-word. It's a video that's made of clips taken out of context of me of 12 years of conversation.
It was not actually taken out of context. So here he is just lying about it. Just own up to it. Just admit. I mean.
Okay, so the one guy is saying is 16 and he's asking for advice. Well, that can't be done. So if you're genuinely coming, if that's genuinely your position and you're just actually seeking guidance, awesome. That can't be done. And not only that, but you risk having law enforcement look into, and they'll be able to identify you. You're not anonymous to them. So you risk having law enforcement look into your life, come and speak with you, come and begin a folder and a record on you. don't do it. There's no violence that's going to recapture our destiny. Zero violence. Zero. There's also zero voting. It's the social morality, and there's a lot here to learn. You could end up being an actual champion for white well-being, an actual hero for the white race. And I hope, I want that for you. I want that for you.
I will admit that I've used the word on occasion thousands of times in my life. I mean, mostly when I was a teenager, but probably a few hundred times this year. This night.
This is the saddest thing ever. I'm really embarrassed for the white race. I really am embarrassed. Non-white people are looking at this, and they're laughing at you. They're laughing at us. Do you not? Does anybody else here feel the embarrassment for our people? Am I the only one who's embarrassed? No other group of people behaves like this. I should be able to say this word. I said in high school and junior high and elementary school. I should be able to say it all I want. God damn it. Why can't I say it all I want? I mean, this is pathetic. We used to be a race of heroes and conquerors, men of letters and science and intelligence and warfare. And now we've been reduced to dickless omega sub-white goblins. Why can't I say a word? I mean, this is sickeningly embarrassing.
Nice lady best illustrates my philosophy on the situation.
I'm not going to say I'm sorry to them because they kept pushing at it. So, and that's all I'd really like to say.
What about your use of the N-word?
I used that word because they forced me into it.
Now, I know that to most...
She was actually, there's more to that clip, Mark, that's better, because she says, I said it because I knew it was offensive to them. So just like Shiloh, and more power to her. More, if that's what she wants to do, more power to her. I couldn't care less.
Most people, there's no context where a white person is ever allowed to say that word, never mind publicly on a podcast. And I agree with that now. I haven't said it in years, but for a long time, when I would bring that word up, like if it would come up in conversation and stay.
This is what is embarrassing here. What is embarrassing is Mark. Now, Mark is putting on a character. He's putting on a show for low IQ'd white people. He's not low IQ'd. He's obviously not. He's putting on a show for low IQ'd white. I agree with you. We should play with the Play-Doh. Rogan saying, oh, no, I shouldn't have said that word, and I won't say it again. Is that embarrassing, or is that a function of, in consequence of anti-whiteism? Rogan gets to be a centimillionaire by adhering to the social morality. So that's obviously not embarrassing. He is doing what is rewarding him richly because of the social morality. Whining about being able to say a word is what's embarrassing.
Instead of saying the N-word, I would just say the word.
Oh, no. We live in a world of cowards where the mainstream conservative podcasters and political pundits like Ben Shapiro insist that things like what Scott Adams said about wanting to live in a nice white neighborhood, if you're white, that's terribly racist, and he should have been canceled.
Just to rewind for a second, Scott Adams, the creator of Dilbert, he said some racist stuff, which of course is indeed racist. What he said was in fact racist. You can fully acknowledge Scott Adams' racism.
Deep Web says it makes us look like cowards. What does? So if not saying "enter" makes you look like a coward, then saying "enter" makes you look brave. But all of the "enter" sayers that I know over the years never say them to big black guys. So I guess that makes them the real cowards, doesn't it? I hope that's not what you're saying, because that's fucking ridiculous. I really hope that you're not saying that saying "enter" makes you brave. You cannot be saying that. Every single person I know that says it doesn't say it to blacks. For God's sake. You can't be saying that. And this POS right here is anti-white as all hell.
And still also recognize that the media would be totally fine with Scott Adams'
Okay, so he's saying, no, that's not what he's saying. Okay, good. Thank you.
Racism if it was directed in precise reverse at white.
But the liberals do this all the time. Them's a bunch of hypocrites.
Quick question. Now, you've been saying the N-word?
Well, lately, yeah, quite a bit.
No. I mean, I've thought it pretty loud a couple times, but I don't say it.
Like, we don't got to lie. We don't got to lie right now. Like, you definitely said it before, right?
I have. I don't think I've said. I don't remember. I'll tell you this. If I've never.
This is gay, Claudine Gay. This clown right here. I've never said it, but I've thought of it. Everybody has said it. And if we weren't on platforms that would immediately delete the platform for talking about using this word, I would just be saying it to reference it and demonstrating how Claudine Gay you have to be to put any value on it. It's ridiculous.
Ever, maybe if I was like at the dentist office when they give you that stuff, you know?
Imagine being such a coward as one of the top podcasters in the country, as Theo Vaughn is, that you have to pretend that you've never said it at all. Again, I understand not saying it on the show. You don't want to cut off your nose to spite your face. But imagine pretending. I've never said it ever in my entire life. I mean, I've thought about it and then try to spin it into a joke in order to deflect. 40 years ago, Tony Robbins, the self-improvement strategist, the motivational speaker, author of Unlimited.
Okay, so this is 41 years ago. He plays this video of Tony. Let's get
Power Response.
As long as somebody can do that.
So this Tony Robbins is such a clown. Made himself filthy rich off of mentoring idiots, of which there are an endless number, as Barnum and Bailey, and all of the taboo grifters today. And so Tony's like, 41 years ago, I'm gonna educate the blacks. I'm gonna help the blacks. Look, do not. I am so tired of seeing this in these circles of so-called pro-white, white nationalist circles. So-called, do this or that for the blacks. Help the black. Shut up with that. And that's what he does here. He's gonna help them get over the word "enter," and he sings this ignorant song. I'm an enter. You're an enter. You'll see in just a second. Did it change anything? Of course not. He just looked like a clown. Stop trying to fix blacks.
As long as somebody's called you n***, get that kind of response I see you right now, when you're ready to explode, and what you've done is given that person absolute control of you. You have no control in your life. You are still a slave. I said, you are. You're being enslaved by you and everything else. And I said, I'd like to have you be.
Everybody's responding that way because of the anti-white narrative. And he's speaking to a black person in the crowd. You're still a slave if you get upset when people say enter. Get over it, white race. Just get over the word enter. Just get over it. I don't know what households are these. You heard the southern woman from North Carolina when she got in the confrontation. She just threw that word at him. Where are these? Who are these giddy white people that it's so like, oh yay, enter? I mean, this is such a disgrace for our race. What a low point.
Free, because I'm free and I'm white. So why don't you pretend that
Associative feeling, like an actual known disorder, by linking or trying to the neuroassociative pattern towards the word, by linking or trying to help them link a different feeling to the word. This is like basic psychology 101, or cognitive behavioral therapy rather, like an actual known psychological process for helping change behaviors or emotions. Just listen.
Everyone stand up. And I'll let you get going. I said, stand up. Come on, try something with me. Trust me just for a moment. Pretend I'm black. I get him to stand up, right? Now I'll stand up. I said, now you guys.
Webb says he wants to move away from the bigger man. Yeah, don't allow yourself to be victimized by anti-whites. This idea of like the bigger man, like you'll allow yourself to be abused. And conservatives behave this way all the time. Somehow they're better if they allow a white erasure and they just tolerate it with a stiff upper lip. You know, fuck all that. Call anti-whites out for what they are, the garbage that they are. Get emotional where it will serve. Be calm, cool, and collected where that serves.
I should do what I do just for a minute if you really want to be free and if you want to have some fun. So let's try this. I stood up and I said, okay.
Look at this clown.
Hey, follow me. Do what I say what I say, move the way I move. I'm a nigger. Ooh, big.
Like, if that's like totally like Mark's laughing because he's got an audience predominantly composed of literal retarded people of the white race, and he's got to laugh along with them. But if that's funny for you, or you think that's like really cool or hip, something's wrong with you. Get a therapist. Grow up. We get the white race. White children are being murdered and raped. White women gang raped. White men being torn to pieces and maimed. Could you imagine sitting around and giggling at somebody saying, I'm an N or you're an N, or wouldn't you like to be an N or two?
Pretty soon, these other guys are like this, start laughing. As soon as they do, like, oh, come on, try it. You know, come on. What I gotta do? Laughing, giggling, saying,
I mean, we live in a one-buddy
right, about being a person of color.
So you got like, he talks about Michelle Obama. We're going to keep it moving along here. Talks about Michelle Obama here, talking about every day she experiences, quote, racism. You see, she still hasn't caught up to inverting our phrases and our concepts in our story yet, but she will. And the example she gave was earlier that day, a white woman stepped up to order and had not noticed, according to Michelle Obama's own words, had not noticed them standing there. Well, that's anti-whiteism. Well, they've got to search for these things because there is no evidence of it in the real world. It makes it easy for us then to address with our concepts. I don't think there's anything else here to
race, and these poor
don't even see me. She didn't even see us. Excuse me.
She didn't even see us, she says.
Bayless admits that he was afraid to praise Caitlin Clark, the WNBA star, because she's white. He feared that would be contributing to, you guessed it, white supremacy.
Okay, so what's educational about that? It is because of the anti-white narrative and the social morality of anti-whiteism, the anti-white immoral imperative, that it constrains this guy and causes him to think that he can't support Caitlin Clark because she's white in a black sport. And that if he supports her, now I want you to think about this, magnify this out to the totality of the white race. Your manager, the recruiter for your job, the white people deciding whether or not you will get promoted, the white people, the admissions board deciding whether or not you will get into the university, the doctorate board that's deciding whether or not you will get an opportunity to apply for a doctorate and make a case, or whether or not your case is valid. I want you to appreciate what this guy is about to say across the totality of the world. It's not this individual. He's immaterial. What he's sharing is the honest thinking of white people in all of these roles that impact your life, that impact the lives of those you care about. So, do you want to focus on addressing that social morality that infects white people's minds this way and causes them to behave this way? Or do you want to snicker around with, we should be able to say enter, and it's not unfair that we can?
Started watching the WNBA much more closely than I ever had, and I started to think deep down in my psyche, wait a second, she's really good.
I gotta whisper that. Oh, white girl's really good at basketball. Oh no.
But I'll be the first to admit.
So think about that. He didn't even want to admit. Again, this individual is immaterial because it's the same anti-white programming in your boss. Doesn't want to admit. How many of you out there have been in school or at your workplace, and your foreman, your manager, whatever it is, your professor, you were doing great, but they, some reason, didn't want to mention it. But the non-white person or the female did get mentioned, even if their work was inferior relative to yours. We all have. Raise your hand. We all have experienced that. This is impacting all of our lives for the totality of our lives. I want you to really appreciate this. I want you to slow down and appreciate this. He felt it would be immoral to recognize her success. Your boss thought it would be immoral to recognize yours.
I felt guilty saying so on TV or on social media. I did not want to look like this red state white guy cheering for this red state white girl. Our country feels split enough racially already.
Didn't want to be a white guy endorsing, supporting another white person. How about those applications for the police department, for the fire department? How about all those white guys trying to get into those medical schools that brag every year about how more diversified, how fewer white men there are? This is what we need. And I realize that these kind of spectacles, these circus type spectacles are going to come and go with this enter business and all of these tards. But where's the white race that puts this into proper perspective? Where is that broad middle group of white people that are bright enough to get it, that suppress the imbeciles? Where are they? Where are the content creators who could say, I'm going to make my money off bringing the rejects in, but then I also have to say what we really need to be focused on, because America, Germany, France, Italy, etc., are really going to the dogs, and we don't have forever to golf with this. Where are they?
Being this mentally ill. And the psychosis has spread so far now that a white woman has been arrested and convicted.
So you see, he draws this nexus. There's no connection. And the nexus can only be made for low IQ people in his audience. There is no connection between that white guy and the anti-white programming that causes him to behave the anti-white way he did, out of a feeling of what? Immorality. No connection to that and being able to say or not say enter. But you could see how the low IQ'd would come to the conclusion that, well, if I could say enter, then he won't think the way that he does. He'll feel fine about talking about how great white people are, even though he's a white guy. So as the shit show gets more shitty, we see, let's see. Oh, I want to share, before we get to Matt Walsh, I want to share this. I could think of no better person than Jake the Jew Lang to lead what he and all his followers are referring to as the full word, Enter March, on August 22nd, Minneapolis City Hall, 12 noon. Freedom of speech rally supposedly is going to be held. Has this, I've been waiting to see if they were going to reveal that this was a joke, but it hasn't been revealed as a joke yet. Hasn't been said to be a joke. This seems perfectly in keeping with the Barnum and Bailey disgrace that the white race has become. No white person at all should show up for this anti-white Jews Enter March. Not a single white person. And I don't know if, I think she's been invited, but I don't know if there's been any response, invited to come and speak. But I sincerely hope that she won't participate with this anti-white Jake the Jew, clearly an operative for anti-whites behind the scenes. This is the shit show. This is a real thing. Until they say, I've been waiting to see if it's a joke. Unfortunately not. We got Matt Walsh here. Wait a second, Matt Walsh retardedly writes, and I mean it in the clinical sense. We were told that Shiloh Hendrix had berated a child. That was allegedly the reason the Somali guys started filming and hassling her. But the jury acquitted her of disorderly conduct against the child and convicted her of disorderly conduct against the guy with the camera, which means she actually didn't say anything to the kid. No, it doesn't. You can clearly see Matt Walsh is more than bright enough to know this is enter clicks for the win. He has 1.1 million views on this and climbing. What a sad state for the white race. She didn't actually say anything to the kid. She was being harassed by the guy with the camera for no reason. And now she's been convicted. This is the dumbest thing I've ever seen Matt Walsh write, by far. So he's not this dumb. What does it reveal? Enter clicks for the win. You see how dangerous outrage porn is on the internet. You can't trust any of these guys for anything other than a giggle. None of this is real. Here's her dumbass attorney, JF Garepi, is saying he's financing Shiloh, and he's going to finance her some more, and he's going to finance her some more. Enter clicks for the win. Once again, they all know where their bread is getting buttered. They all know where the money is going to come from, where the idiots in the seats. Let's listen to this imbecilic lawyer for a moment.
Today? I think it's pathetic. I think it's sad. I think it's sick. I think shocked. I've never had a trial where they keep people. This is a misdemeanor, by the way, till 10:30 at night. Never even heard of that one before.
Who cares? All of this apples and oranges argumentation that I hear from white people, I want you to know, when you bring apples and oranges arguments to me, I genuinely think you're low IQ'd. So just know that. When you come and you tell me, like this guy's saying right here, oh, well, we were kept late and I've never heard of that being. So what if you've never heard of it? That doesn't mean it hasn't happened. And more importantly, this was an important trial. It wasn't another basic bitch disorderly conduct trial. The judge obviously wanted to get it done. This guy should be talking only about this, that Shiloh Hendrix was not guilty of disorderly conduct. Omar was guilty of disorderly conduct. That's all he should be talking about. And here are the ways that he's guilty of it. He frightened my client. Did he say that? My client went home and cried for days over being confronted. My client's mind went blank when he confronted her and was demanding that she say this inappropriate word. Did he say that? If there is no video of her actually calling the child enter, then did he say, my client didn't say that to the child? And if he didn't, why didn't he say that? His duty is to get his client off the hook. That's all he exists for. Not telling us, me, you, and everyone how unfair he was treated because he's a loser. That's all that he is supposed to do. This guy's a disgrace to the white race. Are there any good white lawyers? Listen to this clown. We were kept late. I've never heard of that. Who cares?
Most courts, most counties, what they do is around 4:30, 5 o'clock is they say, okay, we're going to send the jurors home. They got kids, they got families, they got
kids, they got families. He's sounding like he's actually kind of Jewish. They got kids, they got families. Why did we have to stay? Why did we have to stay? I think we had to stay because he wanted to, the judge made them make a decision. No shit. That's what court's about, dum-dum. You should expect that treatment, especially in a case like this, right? You're the guy who has to win. Not the guy. You are not hired to provide a great excuse for losing. Is anybody else mad with this guy? Am I the only one pissed off at this attorney? I would be, if I were his client, I would beat the shit out of him.
things to do. No, we're keeping them. I've never heard of that before. So that alone, I know this is a thing, I guess, Olmsted County, they do this. I thought that was bizarre. But
okay, so he just said he's never heard of it at all before, keeping everybody late. But then he heard that it's a thing that's done in Olmsted County. You just invalidated what you just said, dipshit. And this was the guy who hired him.
The verdict itself, let's make something clear here. Let's make something very clear. She's a
Remember, he turned to the gallery and started making a case to the gallery like he was fucking Perry Mason. What a joke.
acquitted, not guilty, right?
He's acquitted, not guilty, right? She was acquitted, not guilty for the kid. Not guilty. She was also charged for the same disorderly conduct relative to Omar.
Not guilty with the child. The state reads a 5-minute victim impact statement about the child?
Because they've got 2 counts. Is he really this dumb? I feel we are in bozo land. We are in absolute bozo land.
She was acquitted about the child. She's convicted.
How many times is he going to say that? I bet you this motherfucker is half drunk. I mean, he's got to be.
Convicted on the count involving the cameraman, who they never called to testify. Keep this in mind.
They don't have to. They had a video of it.
Never called the cameraman to testify. This judge prohibited us from telling the jury that Shire Jamali, had a GoFundMe page, $340,000.
So what? It's a legitimate objection to what you want to do to put him on the stand and talk about his GoFundMe. Because the implication there, dum-dum, is that he knew ahead of time that this woman would own up to saying enter when she hadn't even engaged his child or his nephew or whatever it was. That is a preposterous notion that he sat there and he said, you know what? I'm going to confront a white woman for saying enter who didn't say enter. And I'm going to goad her enough, even though I don't know her. I don't know anything about her. I'm going to goad her enough to say enter so that I can start a GoFundMe. That is preposterous. It makes perfect sense to exclude that information because it is insane.
He testified that it was done in May last year, done. That's not true. There's a link on the bottom of the page that goes to another open account. My investigator hit the link last night, donated $10. It's open. You can donate right now. You can donate right now to Shire Jamali's GoFund page right now. It's open. He testified under oath and perjured himself. He perjured himself over and over and over and over again. This was without any stretch of the imagination. It was like I was fighting the prosecutor and the judge. It was like I'm taking on
excuses
on 2 parties at the same time. The judge and the prosecutor
it was unfair. That's what he's saying. It was unfair. God, white race.
Very bizarre. Very bizarre. GoFundMe. Huge, worldwide, giant. It's like Google, right? This is so big. My investigator was going to testify that this page with Shire Jamali's name on it. 5-year-old. The kid's 9. 5-year-old. $340,000.
It doesn't matter whether he's 5 or 9. You see, this is the kind of things that if you are not a vegetable, you would say, oh, I'm not hiring you. You obviously are not fit for the job.
He raised. The judge would not let me show it to a jury. Sorry. The judge would not let me show it to the jury.
So what? That's not why you lost.
Okay? And if you go through any of you right now can go online right now. And the judge, like, you can't authenticate this. You can't lay foundation. This prosecutor is telling the judge, oh, how do we know this is real? How do we know this is real? So anyone can make this up. You can go online right now, today, right now. Go on that page, unless they run and take it down. Scroll down. He has an open GoFundMe. He said on the stand he does not. He lied and lied and lied and lied.
You know how easy it would be, too, and believable to the jury, for this non-English speaking Somali to get up and be perceived as sympathetic, to say, well, I really don't understand what a fundraiser or GoFundMe is. What are these things? And the jury would say, oh, he doesn't understand. So when he was asked the first time, so this guy should be smart enough to see the outcome of that line of argument.
This entire thing's a shakedown. They ought to be ashamed of themselves.
Oh, there you have it. It's unfair and they should be ashamed. 3.5 decades of hearing losers say that. I'm done with it.
The prosecutor should be ashamed of himself. The judge should be ashamed of herself. I had a battle here for 4 days on a stupid misdemeanor disorderly conduct. This is nuts. This was crazy. 340,000. Nope. Can't show the jury. 5-year-old. Kid was 9. His name's on it.
Don't you know the difference? I mean, by 9, you practically have facial hair. And, you know, when you're 9, you're allowed to drive and drink, and go to war. It's a huge difference between 5 and 9.
Can't authenticate it. Still open account. So we're going to appeal.
And they're, of course, claiming that the child is handicapped. So it could be 19 if he's handicapped. Another dumb line of argumentation. Who hired this loser?
But we will appeal it. We have so many appellate issues, I don't even know where to begin. Judges.
He doesn't know what they are.
Screaming at me during the trial. Judges interrupting me every time I want to make a record. Judge says to me, Mr. Corrales, you keep wanting to make a record after I ruled. This is crazy. Most rulings during a trial by a judge are made during the trial. And then when you take a break, you make a record, right? You take a break, you make a record. I kept asking. If you're in there and you watch the trial, I kept asking.
Well, if that was a legitimate reason for appeal, then I guess it's going to work. The appeal will work on that basis. Guess we'll find out.
Asking, I need to make a record. I need to make a record. Every time I tried to make a record, she interrupted me. Every single time.
He just keeps going
Every
on.
single time. I'm like,
Because he's got nothing.
Your Honor, I'm trying to make a record. That's what we do as lawyers, right? I don't know if the lay people or the people
If the lay people,
understand us.
if you know, we make records. Let the record show that she showed me a smug face when she said this. I want to make that record.
The way trials work is judges make rulings during trial. We don't want to interrupt the trial to make a record every time someone objects. And there's the first day of trial. No, I'm not done. Sorry. Until the first day of trial, they didn't even disclose his name.
Okay, this is great. He's saying they did not tell us who these witnesses were going to be. You got to watch this. This is great. You'll really get to see what a great attorney this guy is.
Until Monday. The first day of trial. No, I'm not done. Sorry. Until the first day of trial, they didn't even disclose his name. Think about that. A trial, a jury trial in the United States of America. I didn't get the name until Monday. When we started the trial, until Monday. And then my investigators do a record check. Then we uncover, oh my God, he's got this GoFundMe. 340,000.
Mr. Corrales, a couple of things.
Sure.
According to the court, you agreed to those free trial terms about not getting the witnesses beforehand.
Whoever hired this clown, he's got to be, or he or she's got to be fired too. He's literally complaining. I lost because of this unfair treatment. They didn't let me know who was going to be testifying. Mr. Corrales, you agreed to not being able to know until just before the trial. Well, that's true.
And
did not agree to it. Here's the deal. Here's the deal. I thought I was coming down here to try.
Did agree to it. And then he says here, here's the deal, though. His stipulation. I agreed to it, but under the notion that I was coming down here to try a free speech case. Really? You were hired. She was charged for disorderly conduct, 2 counts of disorderly conduct. What do you mean a free speech trial? How do you not know what your client is charged with?
By a free speech case. You all saw the video. I thought I was coming to Rochester to try a free speech case based on the video. Then it took on an entirely different.
Like when I got in here and I started sobering up and they were like, this is disorderly conduct. I was like, oh shit. I thought I was just somebody had said a word.
It just turned, right? Mr. Jamali takes the stand. Wouldn't answer any question I asked him. He sat there like this. Oh, I don't understand. He looked at his interpreter. I don't understand. I don't understand. Over and over and over again. When the prosecutor asked him a question, he had no problem through the interpreter.
Naturally.
Never had a problem.
Well, he was treated so unfairly.
Understanding. Not one time. I put the detective on the stand. Detective, did he ever have a tough time understanding you? Never had a tough time understanding him. Never had a tough time. Not one time did the detective have any problems understanding. You're in the jury room or in the trial. You're in the courtroom. You're in the courtroom. You're in the courtroom.
So what's great here, you might be saying to yourself, well, the guy won't answer questions. He's acting like he doesn't understand. Then this lawyer could make the case that this guy is not very perceptive. He can't understand what's going on in the world around him. He could make that case to the jury. Look, I'm demonstrating right now. He can't understand the simplest questions. You see how he just shook his head and shrugged and he has no idea? So he obviously has some sort of impairment himself. Maybe the child is impaired because the father is impaired. Something's happening here. He can make this case to the father is a witness of everything that happened, but he can't answer the simplest questions. Why didn't this attorney think to make this case to the jury?
He acted like he didn't understand any question I asked him. Every single question was like,
oh, this is good.
pulling teeth. It's like, huh?
Okay, this is a great. You see what he just did there? This is a great example of midwittery. Midwits regularly, when recounting conversation with others, will go to nonce words or sounds. So his imitation of the response was duh. And we've all heard white people do this. Everyone that did it was midwit or lower.
Went on and on and on. This is a fraud. This whole thing's a fraud. The cameraman. By the way, let's make something clear. They didn't convict him with the child. Your headlines can be about the child. No, they convicted her on the video with the cameraman. The disorderly conduct is about the cameraman.
Yes, that was one of the charges. Yes. And you should have been making the case that she was terrified and that she thought she was about to be killed. And her sticking her tongue out was an involuntary response of fear. And maybe do some research on what are some involuntary responses of fear when one is fearing for one's life. And could sticking the tongue out be part of that spectrum of responses? And then when he's saying, say, enter, and he's saying the word that all her brain could hear was enter. And so she repeated it numerous times out of being mortified and afraid. That should have been the case that he made. She was under assault. She was being attacked, not coming out and saying she had a bad choice of words. And there is a difference between being immoral and criminal. Acknowledging that the intentional use of the word enter is immoral. So not only did these losers not go to trial and say, we should say enter, and when she said enter, she meant it, and she should be able to call him what she wants because that's who and what he is. That's what the whole family is. They didn't go do that because they were then in the eyes of society, not in some lone scenario out on a playground where no one else is going to know and she can walk away from it. But no, when they're in the eyes of society, like your boss, your professor, your administrator, your foreman, your commander, etc., you're not going to say any of this shit that you'll advise others in anonymity to say. You're not going to say any of it. So they did not go in there because the eye of society was on them, and therefore the social morality of society was on them. So they decided to take the tact of, appease the social morality. It was immoral, but not illegal. It was a poor choice of words. When in reality, they should have gone in there and said, well, if there's no video of her calling the child an enter, say that never happened. She never called him that. Who knows what they interpreted as that. But then when she was suddenly confronted by this guy, and then Shiloh is well aware of the crimes committed in her city by Somalis. She's well acquainted with this particular homicide case, and she's well acquainted with this rape case. And suddenly she's confronted with her white babies by this guy with a phone right in her face. Are you kidding me? Am I the only one? Are we the only people who are seeing this? How did this drunk get hired? How is this absolute abject spectacle of sub-white goblins? How did they get to the front? And how are normal white people tolerating this shit? How did they get to the front of our defense? Absolutely sickening. If I had been a lawyer, Shiloh would have walked. Easy street. If I had been a lawyer, she would have walked. But instead, they go and get this clown, and he's got lots of excuses for losing. That's not it. Here's your group is planning free speech parade, dubbed the Enter Parade. Look at this. Enter for the win. Enter clicks for the win. 321,000 views. And then you have this spectacle, as if this joke and disgrace of the white race, embarrassing white race, couldn't get any worse. A black guy, in the span of a day, garnered 35,000 followers. As you can see, a bunch of them have unfollowed him by creating an account on X called Hendrix XXX. And the first in the description, the very first thing that was written there was, I'm a Christian. Shiloh Hendrix, with all her pagan necklaces and tattoos, and it starts off with, I'm a Christian. And the at name here is XXX, as in pornography. XXX. Shy Hendrix. And it had a picture of her, it had an avatar of her. And it said here in the tweets, which we have a couple of them here and we will share. So in the span of a day, more followers than me. 3.5 decades of service to the white race, successful service. Helping white people from suicide, helping white people get their children back through the courts, helping on and on and on. Actually being used as a character reference. You're not going to get David Duke called upon as a character reference for a job. You're not going to get Mark Collett called upon as a character reference for a job. I have been used for private sector jobs, city jobs, and even jobs in the government as a reference. You could do that when you are white positive and it work out for people. The cloud of simp, noxious poison over the white race is so complete, so omnipresent, that all they had to do is see Shiloh show up with XXX as the name, saying that she's a Christian when she's obviously a pagan, and also on her GoFundMe saying she's not on social media. But see that immediately 35,000 people begin donating money to the fraudulent Shiloh to start a podcast. They immediately submitted themselves to a female, immediately paid up to a female. That's the embarrassing state of the white race. White man, service of 3.5 decades with endless successes, no interest in whatsoever, dominating foul-mouthed female who's had several arrests according to the record that we've seen before, Maybe she had a hard life, whatever it is, whatever the excuse is. Dominating female, and they immediately say, I want you as my leader. You know where the account would have been by today? Follower count would have been by today. You know how much money she would have brought in by today for her podcast? As it stands, the money that came in under 24 hours to this black guy pretending to be Shiloh is enough for his gym membership, his rent, and his food, and whatever else he said. One tweet he said, or one financial gift was $100 that he shared. He was like reading them off his phone. So this guy gave me $100, and it says, buy yourself something nice, honey. Buy yourself something nice. Fucking disgusts me, the white race. You disgust me. Yourselves. This instantaneous, simping, subservient garbage, sub-white garbage. If you are a simping, subservient, sub-white garbling garbage of Shiloh Hendrix, you want this as your leader. You want more of Enner said. You are tweeting about her being some sort of queen or something. Get lost. You're not welcome here. You're obviously a misfit of our race. You're not worthy of the white race. You're not worthy of being one of our heroes. Absolutely despicable. Tweets said things like, money's not going to fix this, and I don't need more money for my trial. I could use some more money for my appeal, but I could use some money right here. Here's my GoFundMe for my new podcast. And tonight I'm going to go live. Look, it looks like he's gone live. Maybe it's about, look, this black guy is live right now. He says, tonight I'm going live as Shiloh. Then he went live with his flicking off the phone. Let's see. I don't want anyone's money. Remember, this is when it said Shiloh Hendrix and a picture of Shiloh. Money can't fix this. I'm genuinely shocked. I need a bigger voice. I need support. I've never been convicted of a crime. We know she has. Yet using a mean word was enough to make me a criminal. Disorderly conduct for a man who was following and harassing me. Mortified. Followers, dollars coming in like crazy. Followers, dollars coming in like crazy. Need her as a leader. If you gave this black guy money, then get out of the community. I want you outed and I want you gone. I don't care who you are, how long you've been here. I want you gone. If you gave her money to make her for her podcast and it went to this black guy, you're gone. You don't need to hear a word from some female who said Enner. You have a fetish. See a therapist. I never want to hear about white privilege ever again in my life. Dear blacks, why didn't my white privilege save me from being convicted of a crime over a word you use daily? Did I use it wrong? I refuse to use anything raised for me on Gifts and Go to assist me outside of my legal battle. The fight is far from over. I have my link pinned to the top of my account. That's the best way to help me fight the system. However, for me and my family, personally, I'd like to do something with my momentum and start a podcast. And you have all of these white simp males. I swear to God. I swear to God, you simping omega cock losers. You are absolutely out them in this community. If you know who they are, tell me. They are gone. We want nothing to do with them. Anybody supporting a female for her content creation, for her leadership, get the fuck out. fucking sicken me. What a miserable, pathetic white race. I want to further the fight for my free speech, a place where we can speak not just our truth, but the statistical and moral truth without being penalized. It's not about saying mean or hurtful things. It's about, this is a fat black guy that is absolutely, and I think it's hilarious. If he got your money, good. I think it is fucking hilarious. I laughed so hard yesterday when I found out that you were pilfered for your dollars, where you were bilked by this fat anti-white black guy because you're such a simping cuck. That is hilarious. You absolutely should run with scissors. You should absolutely go hug a chainsaw. I'm glad he got your money. It goes on. And then she says here, by the way, a bunch of big accounts, including Walsh. Tons of big accounts immediately started retweeting the new Shiloh Hendrix podcast. Won't say shit about me and all the victories we've had. Won't say shit. But some objectionable, effronterous, aggressive white female says enter, and they're like, everybody give your money to this. Everybody sign up for the podcast. Everybody's got to hear what this woman, this Joan of Arc, has to say. I mean, after she said enter, she's obviously a genius. So, Shiloh Hendrix, as a black anti-white, said in response to based Mex, she looks like a female Viking. Shiloh, as the black guy operating the account, says, because I am a, with the A sound on the end. Which I have no problem saying all of these words, except losing all of the accounts on which we stream. There's nothing magical. There's nothing special. They're not effective. They're not cool. They're not cute. So here you have him when he decided to go live. Going live on the Space Tonight. So I don't know who will attend or how to properly even do this, but this one will be for the books, whites only. And then he's flicking off his own account with his fat black hand. You all deserve this shit. Lowest point of the white race I think I've seen in my life. Lowest point. Here he is, folks. Here he is. The black that was smarter than all the anti-non-whites.
Got hey, hey, hey. You're so mad. You're so mad. You can't do nothing about. Hey, I'm about to use my favorite line. I didn't do nothing. Didn't do nothing. Didn't do nothing. Didn't do nothing. I didn't do nothing. Didn't do. Look at all those followers I got. That's crazy.
Oh my God. This is so hilarious. This is fucking hilarious. I am so glad you losers got had.
Like, why y'all? Hey, they deserve it. Hey, if you gonna be dumb as shit with your money, you deserve it.
Amen. Amen to that. You're gonna be dumb as shit. They deserve it.
You deserve it. Hey, hey, that's on y'all. I ain't got nothing to do with that. Hey, I ain't got nothing to do with that. I ain't got nothing to do with that. Boy, woke up this morning with me, had me a good old breakfast. Courtesy of the white man. You finally did something for me. Yo.
They're all complaining. They're like, this is against the law. He's not allowed to do that. It's too late. Are they going to press charges? Is the state or the feds going to press? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know how much. I'd like to know how much money he took in. If he paid rent, his gym membership, bought his food, and whatever else he said he got out of this, that was a lot of money.
Got him. Hey.
Got him is right. My God. And would you doubt that a fat anti-white black guy like this with dreadlocks, would you doubt that he's brighter than all of these simping white guys that have a fetish for dominating white females? I don't doubt it. No problem. They will be had every single time.
Drop my... Oh, you trying to donate to me for scamming the white community? Bro, help me. I want to scam them some more. Hey, look. Help me. I need they look. Maple send more bread to me. I like their bread. Oh. Then after it, look, some dude said, here $100. Go buy you something nice for yourself.
$100. Go buy yourself something nice, honey. You know how many times that's happened to me? 14, depending on how far that person came from suicide, will depend on whether or not I count 15 from suicide. 2 children named after me. People get their children back in courts. People get decisions made in their favor through their unions. Police departments changing. I mean, we could go on and on. Websites change for banks. We could go on and on and on of the victories. There ain't never been a single moment. No guy ever said to me, hey, honey, here's $100. Go buy yourself something. Now, I know somebody might say it with a 20 or whatever now that I've said that to joke around. But I mean, can you imagine these simps? The white race is a joke. This fat anti-white black guy just trumped your asses. What a joke the white race is. What a disgrace. What a simping disgrace. And you don't like hearing it? You better like it, because it's the only way we're going to climb out of this morass. Let it get you pissed. Let it open your eyes. You turn and walk away now is because you were never meant to be a man. You can't handle this now. It's because you were never meant to be a man. Go put on her lingerie and wait for her in the bed so that she can hit you with the cat o' nine tails and won't allow you to finish. You're sick, repulsive, pathetic white losers.
Nigga, wouldn't pay my gym membership, wouldn't picked up a rotisserie chicken, wouldn't picked up my supplements, my creatine, and my pre-workout. My boy just went ahead and paid for the, hey, I got you. Wouldn't picked up my supplements, my pre-workout, and everything. I identify as a 135-pound white woman.
Well, white race, which way, Western man? Are you going to continue being a chump and chumped? I mean, that doesn't happen to the men because we have real white men in this community. But everybody else who's hearing my voice, or if you ever hear my voice, because of all of the anti-non-whites out there that are telling you not to listen, don't listen, don't become a man of the West. Continue simping for white females like this. What a disgrace. We'll be right back.
Everything they asked for a long, long time. They put a chicken in a basket, a pocket full of change, nothing left worth asking for, 'cause it's gone insane. I won't say the things I'm thinking. Wait until I call these waves. Raise my head, my heart is sinking. I know I'll have my day. It will be okay. We do a lot of funny things, some bad, some good. They do a lot of funny things, not the same way that we would. There's nothing left to discuss, on listening to lies. Hands reaching through the clouds, trying to grab that western sunrise. That western sunrise. Grab that western sunrise. I know this world has got you down. It's looking dark and grim. Light the fire, spread it around. Lift yourself up, don't pretend. 'Cause we're gonna win. 'Cause we're gonna win.
Lightning has struck, and this community is a self-moving machine that can never be stopped now. Never be stopped. It's fulfilled. The prophecy is fulfilled. The white race will be a people again.
Like in the mouth, when you say my name, you feed on fear. Like it's all a game, I wear my scars. Like a chain of fire, every wound you make just built me higher. And I know the shape of coming storm. I heard your steps in the walls and the floor. You can circle slow, you can take pretend. I don't break easy, I just bend. Nemesis, take your shot. Nemesis, I'm not lost. Nemesis, feel me right.
Let's get to these swashbuckling successes of this community, because we're not a community that gets had, ladies and gentlemen. We're a community that wins in service to white well-being. So let's get out those raucous emojis, and we're not going to get had by. Could you imagine? I would if I was a simp. First of all, if I was a simp, I would off myself. But if I were a simp and got had by this black guy, boy, I would do it that night. Let's get rolling. Thus spoke Zarathustra, and those who were seen dancing were thought to be insane by those who could not hear the music. Friedrich Nietzsche. Let's roll. Give it up for Anglo-Saxon NWG, ladies and gentlemen. This is a post on Facebook. Zoom in later and read everything he writes because it's brilliant. Here we have 611 likes. This is on Facebook. Give it up for the great, the one and only swashbuckling general, Anglo-Saxon NWG. Keep it going for Anglo-Saxon NWG once again on Facebook. This is the beginning of the post. Make sure you come back and zoom in and enjoy. Remember, raucous emojis, 007s, crowns and gems. Find some Christmas trees maybe. Here's the rest of the post. 73 likes and climbing. Souls saved. Exposed to white well-being. The lexicon. And doing magnificently. Let's keep it rolling. Anglo-Saxon NWG back again on Facebook. 153 more souls saved by the champion of champions, Anglo-Saxon NWG. Well done, brother. He's back again on Facebook again. We are everywhere. 305 more people liberated by Anglo-Saxon NWG on Facebook. He continues his run of success on Facebook with this epic post. I love it. And 108 people empowered. To the credit of Anglo-Saxon NWG, he is lighting up the scoreboard like Iran getting the shit blown out of it by the United States. Anglo-Saxon NWG back again on Facebook yet again. 241 more souls saved by the great champion and leader in service to white well-being. He has not stopped, though. He's back again. This time he is on Instagram, ladies and gentlemen. Nearly 1,000, working on 1,000 souls saved here. Who else is fed up with systemic anti-whiteism? 1,000 people empowered by Anglo-Saxon NWG on Instagram. He is everywhere, folks. He's back again, 1,200 plus and counting, to the credit of Anglo-Saxon NWG, empowering them with the Go Free Dialogic, epically done. Who else is sick and tired of anti-whiteism? Oh, we got that coming up, if you can believe it. And we have Cool Papa J Magic. Give it up for Cool. 230 souls exposed to white well-being in the audience of Actual Justice Warrior. Cool Papa J Magic, a general from the House of Swash. He's back again. This time he's swashing on Frojax, and he's racked up 200 plus likes, liberations of our people in the audience of Frojax. Give it up for the Cool Papa, the J, the Magic. We got to keep it going, ladies and gentlemen. We have, let's see, this is the nameless one, and you're looking at this beautiful button on the chest of one of our greats. It is the one and only Tree Godfather. God bless the Tree Godfather, ladies and gentlemen. Nameless one tweeting this here, 253 and climbing. It says, ask me about white well-being, nowhiteguilt.org. Give it up for both of these champions. Way of the World getting in this week. 3,400 views in response to American AF. She's maximizing her social capital within the anti-white narrative. Give it up for Way of the World, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give it up also for Southern Bloom coming in here on the thread underneath. Well done, Southern Bloom. Oh my goodness, Tree Godfather. Nearly 4,000 liberated by the power he wields here. Tree Godfather, ladies and gentlemen. And this, an original post. Give it up for the Tree Godfather. Keep it going for the Tree Godfather right here. Another one climbing on 500, liberated from anti-whiteism. He's doing a great job. Show love to the Tree Godfather. Let's keep it going. Oren McIntyre, it's just anti-white, ladies and gentlemen. Original post, 30,000 and climbing. We got our champions like Biospirit of the rest, the great clean one, and others showing up in support. Well done. The swashing works, and we're making it work. Hank Tech is here. White labeling. He chimes in with Biospirit of the West, following up, swashing everywhere. Give it up for Hank Teach. 2,000 liberated by the champion from the House of Swash. Julia is in on the victories this week. Julia, 5,664 souls saved by Julia in the audience of is that Psycho Math? Math? Using white erasure. Give it up for Julia of the House of Swash. Biospirit of the West, leader of the OT, ladies and gentlemen, propping back in here as he always is on the score. 2,662 souls saved with this glorious tweet in the audience of End Wokeness. It's so awesome. 8,497 and climbing. Go to the credit of the Tree Godfather in the audience of the General Admission. Brilliantly done, Tree Godfather of the House of Swash. Biospirit of the West, OT leader, back again for another almost 3,000 souls to his credit this week in the audience of Kim, Katie, USA. Give it up for Biospirit of the West. Biospirit of the West back again, 3,273, ladies and gentlemen. Liberated in the audience of Insider Wire. Well done, OT leader. We have posting white W's from the wild, 2,050. Posting white W's using anti-whiteism as an epidemic. 2,050 souls saved. Let's give it up for posting white W's in the wild. That's the praxis from the practice, ladies and gentlemen. It bounces back to us. Bill Moose American using anti-whiteism right here. Beautifully done in this post, original post, with nearly 2,000 views. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Bill Moose American. We'll keep it going. Biospirit of the West is back again. 2,046 more points on the board. Viewers liberated by the lexicon of Go Free in the audience of Tommy Robinson. Give it up for Biospirit of the West. Keep it going to Dan down under working on 10,000. I said 10,000 souls in one post this week, empowering them in the audience of Visegrad 24. Well done, Dan. Keeping it going here. Hank Teach is back again, this time with 2,561. He liberates this week with this post using anti-white social morality. I love it. Give it up for Hank, ladies and gentlemen, having an epic week. He's on the scoreboard and he's elsewhere. Biospirit of the West back again. 1,900 and climbing. Biospirit of the West. Souls saved in the audience of one and only Elon Musk, richest man on earth, who will be made white positive. Shannon Oliver is in this week on nearly 6,000 souls liberated with this post right here in the audience of Libs of TikTok. Give it up for the great Shannon Oliver. Keep it going for Tree Godfather. He's back again on the board many times. It's 2,272 empowered with the lexicon of Go Free in the audience of National Conservative. Give it up for the Tree Godfather. I want to hear the applause. Here we have Leslie saying, using anti-whiteism. I love it. Nearly 3,000 in this original post. And celebrate from the wild, the practice to the praxis. And here we have Tree Godfather. 3,000, almost 4,000. Almost 4,000 souls saved in the audience of Daniel Kincannon. Make sure the Tree Godfather feels your love. Joe is here on the board again this week. 2,437 empowered with Go Free. Only anti-whites are threatened by a positive white identity. This includes a lot of whites as well. In the audience of Frojax. Well done, Joe. Show him the love. Hank is back again. I tell you, Hank had a week, didn't he? 2,000 empowered this week using anti-white numerical courage. Give it up for Hank, ladies and gentlemen, of the House of Swash. Biospirit of the West, 4,500 and climbing, empowered and liberated in the audience of Eric Doherty. Justin McDaniel, 6,324 points on the board in one go by the great Justin McDaniel in the audience of Matt Van Swoll. Show the man some love. Joshua Lysick, ladies and gentlemen, working on 8,000. Look, we have Ivan's. He's in there in support. I love it. Celebrate, Ivan. Celebrate Joshua here. He writes anti-white slur. Ben Shapiro wrote goy slop, and he said anti-white slur. Awesome. That is how it's done. That is how it's done. Ben's birth is immaterial. 7,000, working on 8,000. Give it up for Joshua, ladies and gentlemen. Let's keep it going. Tree Godfather is back again. Rides in on the white steed to liberate 8,650 more of our people in the audience of End Wokeness. Robert, ladies and gentlemen, is up and rocking. Take a look at the great Robert. And he is saving 3,000 with this post. 3,000 in the audience of Daniel Kincannon. Show Robert some love. So many great posts from this leader of the House of Swash. It never ends, the fantastic development of the community. Joshua back again. Joshua Lysick, no more anti-whiteism. No more. He tweets here in original post. Working on 1,600 and climbing. Give it up also for Anti-Vilification League, who is there in support from the House of Swash. Show them some love. You gotta love it, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Biospirit of the West. Back again, 2,690, I think is what it says, that he empowers with this one post in the audience of Tommy Robinson. I love this powerful meme. Very powerful meme. We've got the best memes. Shannon Oliver, again, on the board with 8,000 plus more that he has brought to the empowerment of Go Free. This in the audience of End Wokeness. Show the swashbuckler Shannon Oliver some big love. Oh, my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, the one and only, the only one and only Dallas Malloy in an interview over a year ago. And it was only recently published. I want you to celebrate the great Dallas Malloy and her victory in this conversation with this guy, it is a Christian show. Let's listen to what she had to say.
Hated online and persecuted. You know how it is. It's just if you speak against the regime and as I was saying before, the anti-white, COVID monster regime. Like if I don't care. Good.
You speak against anything that's evil in this world. Remember, Satan is the god of this world. So
that's it. There's not a moment where I think I'll just go about my selfish individualism and do my thing. It's like, no, I have to share this.
Yes.
Really on fire and becoming, having that righteous indignation, which I have more now, more of it. Just starting to really recognize the anti-whiteism in our society and in all Western societies, and how it's affecting me, it's affecting people I love, and it's just becoming more and more obvious, and the obviously orchestrated destruction of Western civilization. Like I mentioned, the seeing what I would now call white erasure happening in our Western societies, and it's all of our norms going away, and the freedoms and the things that we take for granted. I mean, which is a mistake, that aren't in other cultures, and it's like, this is not okay, and this is actually a desperate situation. And I experienced,
I can't get enough of it.
And towards me, in my acting career, and it's like, and the more I dug since then, especially, I'm just seeing so much. I'm gonna have to write more.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so much, but so I'm on fire.
Give it up for the great Dallas Malloy, ladies and gentlemen. Nothing but salutes. That was so awesome. And I want you to know that this black guy, a Christian, he didn't even blink at objecting to discrimination based on our birth. Of course he wouldn't. He's a moral guy. So give it up for this guy as well. Both of these champions, you got to show the love. So awesome. Lazi B. Show Lazi B some love, ladies and gentlemen. 440,000. And she's sharing here the white labeling that we see. Give it up for Lazi B. 440,000 souls saved. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, we have Homath over here, if you can believe it. Homath is on the board this week. 64,000 views for Homath. And what does he use? Biospirit. Let's give it up for Homath. Using the lexicon here, Biospirit and the Tree Godfather. Look, he's in support with the epic meme. I think he made the meme. Did he make that meme? Look at how glorious this is. Let's give it up for these champions, ladies and gentlemen. We've got a couple of videos. To get to. And the first one is, let's see, Eat, Pray, Ball. 4,900.
I hate Messi. I think Messi is like the epitome, the soccer translation to white privilege. I think that's how it feels to me. So I'd be hating on him. I think he's a great player. I think he's great. But between Argentina's very, very palpable and storied history of black erasure, their taunting of black players like in France, like that boy, like they did on the bus on their way back from international break at the beginning of this season, I can think of so many Argentina-specific issues. But then when I think of Messi specifically, every time somebody tells me how great Messi is, I think about it and I watch the games and I'm just like, but bro, he's facing zero adversity.
Flipping our concepts, ladies and gentlemen. Raucous emojis. Show the love. We continue to win. Next, we have Certified Overreactions, 21,000 views.
You put cultural appropriators with fake black sense like Lotto on a pedestal while not even pedestalizing the black women whose culture she is taking from. That is erasing black women.
Oh, yes, it is. Yes, it is. Well done. More salutes to this community. Next, we have Newsmax, 18,000 views.
Let us acknowledge and give our respect and gratitude to Native peoples for the opportunity to work and live in their territories.
I would like to put my heartfelt thank you and gratitude out to the Native peoples who once 500 years ago occupied this land. We think, we don't have any evidence of it, but we guesstimate that they did, and we are so thankful to be utilizing their territories. Is this woman out of her mind? Are these people out of their minds? Ma'am, I hate to tell you this, but it's not their land, okay? And you know what I really don't like? is this whole anti-white narrative, this whole we're living on stolen land thing that the left do, this fake narrative that we're all criminals, that the evil white man came down and stole all the land. I'm sorry, but it is a fact that human beings have been conquering other human beings for as long as there have been human beings. It's not unique to the white man. It's not unique to the Pilgrims. But this woman is the perfect example of what the left have become in this country. Look at her, where everything's about race, including Mickey Mouse.
I love it. Another enormous victory, ladies. We are changing the world. Nothing but big salutes for us. Let's keep it going. There's apparently a victory with Blonde in the Belly of the Beast. Let's see what that's all about.
Constructed Yoman said it would be a violation of 5th and 6th commandments, the Protestants ordering not the Papists not to fight for the actualization of the 14 words. I don't know. My guiding light is that we have to fight for, we have to stop white erasure. I mean, that is the sole thing that I care about right now outside of my family. And so if my Catholicism becomes an impediment to that, I'm telling you right now, I'm just going to fall off. That's just the way it's going to be. But I know a lot of traditional Catholics and people in the Catholic Church that would say that it is sanctioned by the religion. I think we're good. Let me reload.
Oh, another victory. She didn't want to talk about me when I was brought up. She wanted to move along really quickly, even though it was me in this community who were influencing the language of politicians. She just wanted to move along. But there she is, influenced by the language. A big victory, ladies and gentlemen. 9,100. And finally, Dice, this time acting more like King Dice.
It's an entire chapter in my new book, which is coming out in November, on anti-whiteism, and my last book, The War on Conservatives.
By the way, I'm really curious in his chapter on anti-whiteism, which I'm so happy he's going to have a chapter on anti-whiteism. Big salutes to King Dice for that. But I'm really curious if there are going to be any citations.
In case you didn't hear, it was banned from Amazon last month. Dumbed down the memory hole, all of the thousands of reviews, the hundreds of written reviews, the ratings, everything disappeared, only to later, thankfully, be restored after the Daily Caller started inquiring about it and started making headlines. So yes, the conservative best-selling book banned from Amazon has been reinstated after the backlash. So order it in paperback and hardcover now, by the way, from Amazon while you can by clicking the link in the description below. So stay tuned for the new book.
Yes. Total salutes, ladies and gentlemen. Let me back that out of the stage and see if we can see this again. Another victory to the Cool Papa J Magic. Racist is an anti-white slur. 600 in the audience of Frodrax showing this man some love, giving him some support. Let's give it up for the great Cool Papa J Magic.
Integra says, why
We just watched that. We watched that and that and this. And we did that, ladies and gentlemen. Never forget it. I want to also celebrate here the champions, West Franklin and Anglo-Saxon NWG, with their work with others, but principally their work, pulling these victories together every single week. Big salutes to them, a fraction of the total victories, but we have to show receipts because they endlessly claim we haven't done anything. I want to also thank Biospirit of the West, the nameless one, Ivan, Justin McDaniel, and The Franklin for showing up on the Donald Trump Jr. stream, which enabled us to do what you're looking at on the screen right there. Get Donald Trump Sr. to say there is a definite anti-white feeling in the country that can't be allowed either. I want to give a big thank you, salute, Promedian salutes, this raucous emoji for Anglo-Saxon NWG making clips this week. Beautiful clips. The Tree Godfather making clips this week. Magnificent clips. Big salutes to both of these heroes. I want to give a big thank you to Southern Bloom, who continues with her White History Celebration Month. This show, Southern Bloom, is some celebration and some love. Big salutes. And also, let's get another raucous emoji celebration for Dallas and Hank, who had an in-person victory this week with the Lexicon, with a Chamber of Commerce representative, ladies and gentlemen, able to use the Lexicon and be completely embraced. Big salutes to these champions for these successes, and we will be right back.
Rise up bright, we're light in the sky. Hearts on fire, we'll never say die. Screaming loud, the heavens ignite. We're burning strong, yeah, we're super wild. Riding into the night. We ready to fight.
So epic, all of these victories. I see the great First Last is in house, and he's pointing out that Jamie Kelso, and this is a old timer, had been in the what we used to refer to as the white sympathetic sphere, we now know as the white resentment sphere, and been in there for a long time, and he couldn't be the leader. He couldn't be. So he denies all of our victories. He denies all of our successes. So he can go back and he can just crawl into his dust-covered self, into his grave, because he is a bitch, an old, bitter loser who is just jealous that he was not able to have the successes that we have had here, and we don't need him. We don't want him, actually. So, yeah, thank you. Azimuth Clark is with us. Dude Bro Moment is here. JK160 is here. Good to see you. Julian is here. Janitor is here. Rocker Red is in the house. So many victories. Let's get to these financial gifts that we have here. Let's go ahead and I don't even have to look yet. I know that we got to celebrate Dude Bro Moment, who has financially gifted $50 to White Wellbeing. Show this man some big love. Throw your arms around the great Dude Bro Moment. $50 for White Wellbeing by the great Dude Bro Moment. Without even looking. Well done. All right, let's go see what we have here. We have First Last. Let's get out some raucous emojis for the great First Last. $30 financial gift from this champion. Coming in here, the House of Swash. $30, and he says, go buy yourself some fried chicken. Thank you. Maybe that's what the other Shiloh, yes, should have been told. The $ Shiloh. Maybe that's what she should have been told. I guarantee that guy could have actually made the S a $. And these people are so smitten. And it is their sexual fetish to be dominated by dominant women. Absolutely turn on beta or omega males. And they're just like, yeah. And they just didn't see any of it. Triple X didn't see it. Christian didn't see it. The fact that she's going to be on social media when the GoFundMe says not happening, didn't see it, just immediately like, where do I pay? So a $ for the S there would have been just fine. They wouldn't have cared. Go buy yourself some fried chicken. $30. Thank you so much, brother. Big salute. Whoa, look at this. Go look at this. $100 from Double Shift Corey, ladies and gentlemen. $100 for White Wellbeing from Corey Double Shift. He says $100 for something nice. You deserve it, brother 07. Oh no. Is this a trend? Did Dude Bro Moment do the same trend? I may have undercalculated. Oh my God, I did. Dude Bro Moment gave $100 financial gift. Big salute 07. Celebrate raucous emojis for these guys. This is funny as hell. I love it. He said, hey, honey, get yourself something nice. It's happened. Now I can say it's actually happened. Hey, honey, get yourself something nice. Well, I mean, it's only just that the fat black anti-white guy could get money from a white guy thinking he's a white female. Hey, honey, go get yourself something nice. That a white man should have that sort of, yes, it only makes sense. Big salutes. Thank you so much. Hey, honey, go get yourself something nice. Hey, darling, go get yourself something nice. Well, I thank you, all of you. Thank you. That's hilarious. Oh boy, what do we have here? Do we have anything over here? Nope. Okay, we are good. I didn't miss anybody on Subscribe Star. And let's check out our new Buy Me a Coffee and see if we have. Yes, we do. We have some gifts. Let's get a big celebration for M, the letter M. One of my favorite letters in the alphabet. M has financially gifted. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, brother. $20. $20 to White Wellbeing from M. God bless you. I appreciate it. Big salutes. Let's celebrate the letter M. What else do we have here? Okay, we'll come back for those. Go get yourself something nice, honey. All right, okay. We have Savage Monday is in here. Actually, before we go to those gifts, let's get into the mailbag, because the Thaumatological mailbag has some little surprises for us. Let's see. I thought it had one. I thought it had one surprise. It actually has two surprises in there this week. Thaumatological mailbag speaks up this week. Let's celebrate Catherine. Let's celebrate Catherine. $50, ladies and gentlemen. Raucous emojis. Big salutes. I deeply appreciate it. She wrote here a little note that said she's working on a project that will change things for her family in a positive, white positive way. And she has support for me and Go Free and the work we're doing. And she wants to be able to do more for White Wellbeing in the future. Let's hear it, ladies and gentlemen, for Catherine. Wonderful $50 financial gift. God bless you. Thank you so very much. And thank you so much for the White Positive project you have going on for your family. And I hope it goes magnificently. And maybe you could share with all of us when you get that wrapped up. We also have one more in the mailbag. We got one more. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the one and only Giuseppe King Beauregard. I said it's Giuseppe King Beauregard, ladies and gentlemen. Wonderful little note here from the hero, a financial gift of $100. Big salutes to this hero. $100 from Giuseppe. God bless you, sir. Thank you so very much. Thaumatological mailbag. It felt heavy. I thought there was only one. I was like, wait a second. There's more. God bless the both of you. Thank you so very much. We have over here Savage Monday, $5 financial gift. Thank you, good brother. Love for you, brother. Keep pushing for our people. God bless you, and I always will. Stand by me, and we'll keep at it together. We have Giuseppe King of Beauregard is here on Premium Rumble. Good to see you. Bone Secure, the wonderful, the champion. Wonderful to see you. Land of the Fake is with us. Good to see you. Let's see. Land of the Fake gifting $5 as well. Thank you so much, brother. $5 bill as he enters the House of Swash. This is a fire show tonight. Another one for the history books. I really appreciate it. Big salutes to Land of the Fake, home of the gay. Thank you, thank you. Make sure you all are tagging me with No White Guilt if you want me to see what you have to say. I want to see what you have to say. We have over here in Buy Me a Coffee, someone going by the name of Someone has financially gifted $5. I thank you, someone. I thank you dearly over here on Buy Me a Coffee. And we have $5 Canadian bacon dollars. Beautiful Canadian bacon, succulent dollars. 5 of them from Irish Cries. Thank you so much, brother. Good to see you. 5 Canadian bacon dollars. All right. Looks like Login Doss has got to go to bed. We're almost done here ourselves, brother. Thank you so much. Big salutes. Thank you for showing up. The world is ours. Let's make sure I didn't miss anybody. We have Yiz the Unifier, $5. She says weekly folk tithe for White Wellbeing from Yiz the Unifier. Big salutes to Yiz. Thank you so much, Yiz. Unifying as always. Making sure you're tagging me as that symbol. No white guilt. Dude Bro Moment says you are welcome. No white guilt. I really appreciate it. Man, it's like a kick in the nuts when you see these losers show up and they're like, "Oh, no. We don't want the white guys. We don't want the healthy white guys. All we want is some bawling Harridan woman. And if she's going to shout cuss words, man, we're going to give her shit tons of money. Look at what they did with Lily Gaddis. We'll give her shit tons of money to be a buffoon. Just go to OnlyFans. Just don't even bother with this. We got an announcement. Let's get some prayers and positive energy going to our very own Biospirit of the West, ladies and gentlemen. Biospirit of the West was debanked 2 weeks ago in service to White Wellbeing. His personal accounts were attacked by the bank, and he's now fighting the bank. And there are some details. It's still rolling out, and who knows where it will land. But he has been debanked, and so he needs the love and some prayers and positive energy heading his way. And this is in a service to the foundation. And the anti-whites at the bank decided they were going to take some personal retaliation. And so we are against him for caring about the white race. So, and therefore everybody in the West. And so we Godspeed, and we hope that it all turns out the way that we would like to see it turn out. Big, come on, let's get him some hope and prayers. Let's get some emojis, praying hands. He says, Biospirit says, we all want to see Jason all tarted up now next week. Go and buy yourself some nice things. Yes, I'm going to go out and I'm like one of those stupid videos where they're like, here's my fit check. This is Gucci. No thanks. That's not going to happen. That ain't going to happen. Azimuth Clark is in the house. Boken is with us. Good to see you. I think for White Wellbeing, I thought I saw is here as well. Big salutes if you are. Ivan Zehab, Sam Uski. Great to see. And everybody, Ivan leading the way as always, showing how you're supposed to celebrate. God love this man. He's unstoppable. Any time of the day, this guy is rolling. I think maybe we will save our lesson of the day since we're rolling up here to the end of this gathering, Church of the West, for our next get-together. But I want to see if you all have any for our next Sunday get-together, Church of the West. I want to see if you all, Odinsaya is here. If you all have anything you would like to ask or say relative to everything that's going on, what do you think is going to happen? There's supposed to be an appeal. Is this Inner March? Is that real? Is Jake the Jew Lang, the anti-white, is he going to be holding this march? Are white people going to show up to this? Is Shiloh going to show up and speak at it? How bad is this going to get for our people? I mean, at least we can make fun of it, right? I think we're going to have to do more of that. A little bit more comedy routine about how pathetic we all are not in this community behaving, but how we see this in the sub-white goblin population of simps. All right, what else do we have? Hyperborean Dream is in the house. Why don't we listen to, while we give you an opportunity to tag me, listen to a little of Schlotz epic tunage.
I walk through the years with a heavy heart every day. Felt like a shadow part, but then a light so gentle and warm guided me through this endless storm. I found the path. I started to see the truth about who I'm meant to be. It wasn't guilt, it was causing shame, just the love of my kind calling my name. Now I feel it in my soul. White well-being makes me whole. It's a journey I embrace, finding peace in every place. Through the trials, through the pain, I've let go of the disdain. With every breath I take, I'm living for our sake. I used to doubt, I used to fear the voices that whispered in my ear, but I learned to silence those old lies with the strength that only truth supplies. Every day I grow more strong in a world where we belong. It's not about blame or finding fault, just a love that can't be bought. Now I feel it in my soul. White well-being makes me whole. It's a journey I embrace, finding peace in every place. Through the trials, through the pain, I've let go of the disdain. With every breath I take, I'm living for our sake. There's a joy that's pure and bright in the love of what is right. It's a peace that's deep and true in everything I say and do. No more weight upon my chest. In this truth I find my rest. And though the world may turn away, I'll stand firm in light of day. Now I feel it in my soul. White well-being makes me whole. It's a journey I embrace, finding peace in every place. Through the trials, through the pain, I've let go of the disdain. With every breath I take, I'm living for our sake. In this love, I'm finally free to be who I was born to be. With every step, with every stride, I walk this path with joyful pride.
Beautiful song there by Sloths, ladies and gentlemen. And let's see, we did have some. I wonder if I could start the stream to Odyssey. If it was not showing, if I could get it rolling. Doesn't look like it. At least not through there. We will have to see. We'll have to see what's going on. But let's see what you all have to say before we get out of here. True Godfather. But Jason, nobody knows what anti-white means. That no-dicked attorney. Yes, this man has no dick. Andrew Branca, a guy who didn't have a ton of followers, but he had some followers, but he was coming to go free. He was starting to use the lexicon, primarily thanks to Tree Godfather and a couple of others swashing on him. And it seemed we were very happy with him. He looked like he was really going to start using the lexicon. But then guess what? The money, of course, is not in in using the lexicon. The money is in using abstractions and being anti-non-white. So he decided to go the route of money, and he said literally he's not going to use anti-white because nobody will know what that means. What a piece of shit! What a ballless piece of shit! Disgusted with him, that loser. Balkan says, keep up the good fight. All respect from the Balkans. God bless you, brother. All respect from the once great state of Virginia. Samuski says, all I know is I'm going to go fishing eventually. Okay. Nice. Henry says, the people talking about having an N-word march. I kind of want to see what happens. It's like something from South Park. It's a clown show. You're right. It's a shit show. You're absolutely, it's that dumb. And those are the people, that's the mentality that is pushed to the top by the tards. That's what they want to see. They don't want to see the intelligent reclamation of our destiny and the ending of our victimization. They want clown show. And they like reductive nonsense because it appeals to them and their sense of vanity. They can understand reductive nonsense. Craig says, but I do really appreciate how you, Biospirit, and the team were there for me when I tried to help advertise it for White Wellbeing. Thank you all. Well, thank you so much for the swashing, good sir. Oh, so he says he's rescheduling a launch date. Awesome, man. Keep at it. Let's see if there are any other tags for me. Thank you all so much for coming by. For Church of the West, we've got to come by. We got to get together, Church of the West, because for the love of God, we are in a world of imbeciles. I mean, that you really, I have been in the middle of other things and busted out laughing today because of this spectacle of Enter and all of the different components getting out of it what they want to get out of it. The Matt Walshes, the Mark Dices getting out of it what they want to get out of it. The actual anti-non-whites who want to blame blacks for everything. They resent them because they're afraid of them, and they resent them because they're angelized, and they resent them, and on and on. And so they want mean things said about them because they think that that's going to hurt them. That's going to get back at them, and it does nothing. This Enter March that's going to happen, this comic book joke of an attorney that couldn't fight his way out of a wet paper bag, supposedly defending Shiloh Hendrix, responsible, as far as I'm concerned, for her conviction. I mean, this is elementary. He seemed like he was actually drunk. Enter March, this attorney. And then finally, you have this black guy. It could not be more of a shit show, could it? It could not be more of a joke. The race, our people, could not be more mocked and ridiculed and lowly than this entire spectacle over Shiloh Hendrix. It's amazing to watch so many people look at this and how far they are from anywhere close to an understanding that is pragmatic, that can operate and work for us. What more can you say about these people? We have this, right? Exactly. There is no better community for white well-being anywhere. Thank you. You're 100% right. Promethean salutes to that sentiment. I could not have said it better myself. Hank Soulman says, if Jake Lang isn't an anti-white agent, he sure plays a perfect one. Anyone using the N-word only further makes it harder for us to fight anti-whiteism. Well, it does without question. And Jake is 100% an asset for some anti-white entity or entities. He's 100%. He was in prison, allowed to have a podcast, and allowed to interview generals and all of these. This nobody nothing was in the basement of the jail. This is such a fabricated, like FBI, CIA, clunky looking. Here is a resistance leader for you all to follow, like Jackson Hinkle. These are more of their old school, clunky, awkward, here is your resistance leader tactics. And so Jake Lang is absolutely 100%. You're 100% looking at an anti-white operative, and this is just going to harm white people. What a shit show! What an abject shit show! And like I said, I can think of nobody more appropriate to carnival bark this shit show than Jake the Jew Lang for white people. Oh my God, what a disgrace. What a disgrace. But the disgrace, where does it really, it doesn't begin with the Jake Langs. It doesn't begin. It's certainly not the fault of Shiloh Hendrix. She was just an impertinent woman that made some really poor choices for the safety of herself and her children in a moment of anger. Not her fault. It's not the fault of the taboo grifters who want to get on the enter clicks for the win. It's not their fault. There's just money in the pot there. The pot is the problem. The white omega sub-white simps, they're the problem. Their sick fetish for fantasy and for dominant females, they're the problem. They think about it in all sad reality. The white race has gotten to a point where a hero, a genuine leader, like let's be realistic. I'm not bragging, certainly, to observe that I am probably closer to, say, like a Robert E. Lee or a Stonewall Jackson or an Andrew Jackson or King Leon. I'm probably closer to those kind of guys than anyone else you're going to find on the scene. There might be, and there probably are, white guys that are even closer to those individuals that are not out there fighting for the white race. I'm probably the closest you're going to get. And the white race has no interest. We keep pushing and having victories because of our genius, because of our tenacity, because we are the actual heroes of this age, of this epoch. We are chosen to be the heroes of this epoch. But the white race today would absolutely reject a Stonewall Jackson, an Andrew Jackson, a King Leonidas, a General Patton. The white race today, could you imagine a General Patton starting a channel and trying to get attention and saying what we have to do? No one would care. I would be there. You all would be there. But no one else would be there. No one. You have millions and millions of white omega boys who would show up for the most impertinent, vulgar. I mean, look at Lily Gaddis. You can't get more gross than that. And they will show up, and the more impertinent, the more gross, the more objectionable, the more domineering. Lily Gaddis, if she wanted to take her game to the next level, she would be dominant. She wouldn't try to appease these people. She wouldn't try to be friendly. She would dominate them. They would show up. The white male population would show up in droves because it's composed of boys. Don't look out to the world and say, where are the white men? Because there aren't any. There are so few you can say there aren't any. We're manufacturing them here. We're creating them here. Genuine white men are disgusted by dominant females, bawling Harriton females. Yeah, it's a sad reality. Even their favorite painter would have no one show up. He would be far too fucking masculine. He would be far too masculine, and his ideas, his thoughts would be too elevated for them. They would say, no, we don't want that. We don't want that. What we want is a female, and it could even be a guy who is female-ish, but a female who's going to dominate and say nasty things because that gets the rocks going. That's where we are. That's a sick race. So it's our people's fault, and we have to fight through that mess. The age that we're in, that's the hand that we're dealt, and get these idiots using the lexicon as we are endeavoring and achieving victory after victory. Continue to do that. Continue to be the best community anywhere for white well-being on the planet, having these victories, because that's what will turn things around. But the history books will reflect the garbage that the white race had become. Make no mistake about that. Chadistan is with us. No Jew would follow a white guy pretending to be a Jew, playing a resentful villain. That's how messed up our race is for now. 100%. Perfectly articulated. Westman says, it also has given us many opportunities to expose people to the go-free concepts. It made for a lot of engaging posts. Absolutely. Well put. As a feminine white woman, I feel so disgusted by the weak white males. She says, Celine says she wants a white man to be a leader, a real white man to be leader. Well, that's healthy. Slots is here. Good to see you, champion. Enter does nothing to anyone. Jason, no basis in not using it. Oh my God, she said it. Yes. Yes, absolutely. Jadistan also saying Jake Lang isn't even white. And good white people need to get that through their head. He's a anti-white POS, a covert anti-white POS that enjoys vilifying the white race. Exactly. We got a brilliant community here. Let me just make sure we didn't miss. I think we didn't miss anything. Don't forget, the party continues tomorrow at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, right here on X, if you're on X right now. It is Seeds of the Shade Tree with our very best Justin and Robert. And I'm going to be there, and you can be there, and we go deep, and we talk about very important things that affect our races. Like I said, we have time to just explore and to sit down and unpack some of these thoughts and notions, expound upon them, and so a lot can be learned. You could just listen, you can chat, you can share your thoughts, but we'd like for you to be there, like the great Chadistan, who is there. Anti-whites and anti-non-whites are the same. They just hate, use the same deceptive tactics and wasted space. Hating is evil, and they hate because they cannot create. Evil only destroys. That is perfectly said. On the basis of that, and what we have on the screen from Anna, no better community for white well-being anywhere. We bring our gathering to a close, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be back at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Wednesday with our midweek roll-in Church of the West to keep us fired up and having successes in service to white well-being so that we can end this victimization. We don't just criticize what's being done by others and has been failing for the totality of generations and our own lives, of course, but we offer this solution. We offer you our hand for redemption. You can take that hand and you can join us after that Wednesday roll-in. We get together for the Rebel Roundtable right here on my X, and things are not wrapped up then. Oh no, so many more opportunities. And you have the Dallas and her West Coast shade on Thursday, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And we're growing. We're getting stronger. Saturday night on the East Coast of the United States, 11:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time is Under the Gum Tree, our Australian space. And I think it's 1:30 East Coast time, Australia. And on Sunday, you want to make sure that you don't miss that either. We're there. We always have a great conversation. I'll be looking for you in service to white well-being. I am always ready at any point to stand shoulder to shoulder with my brothers and sisters in this fight. If you're a hero, you will be the one that will make that decision. And you will make that decision again and again and again. You'll make that decision to overcome cowardice. You'll make that decision to overcome duplicity. You'll make that decision to overcome lethargy, and you will join me by my side again and again and again. And I will know that you are a hero because I will find you on the battlefield for our well-being. God bless you all. I love you. Let's go free.